Test. Hey, Ryan, Chris, can you hear us?
That works if you can hear us.
So they can.
Yeah, I can hear this.
We've been in contact with them. He's asked us to try all the stuff we tried. We tried 3 or 4 times bringing certain parts of the system up as it goes. But the mic is connected to a thing called a biamp, which is connected to Teixeira. The signal from the biamp to the mic is not. Okay, they said they could hear me too. You just can't hear them. You can't hear them? No.
Oh, because it's a speaker and mic. Okay. Well, these are the numbers. If but that's not going to help us, is it?
So if they called Peru, they'd be coming out of it. And, let's just see if we. Hey, Ryan and Chris, if you can hear me, can you unmute yourselves and just talk for a minute, please?
Testing, testing.
Yep, happy to chat. Hopefully you can hear us.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a workaround through here and continue on. We're just having some issues after a power outage on the weekend, and our main mic is not working currently. So we have a new workaround, but now we can hear you. So we'll try to carry on in a minute.
Okay, great.
once, it'll go green. But it takes a second for it to turn.
When it's solid green is when it's good.
Green is on air.
One tap, it turns green. Yep.
Yeah.
You want this talk?
Test, test, test. 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 Good. Hello, Ryan and Chris online. Can you say a couple words, please, so we can test your microphones?
Hi there, everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Nope, we can't hear either Ryan or Chris. They were. Can you do it again, please, Chris?
Testing, testing.
Ryan, could you try it, please?
Yep. Hello. Testing, testing.
Thanks, just delay, please. Could you try again, please, Chris?
Hi, everyone. Testing part 2.
And Ryan?
Hello, everybody.
You're Ryan. Try again, please, Chris.
Testing, testing.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience as we figured out the technology. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Chris, Ryan, and Michelle for waiting online for us. I'll just do the little intro again. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an update from the downtown plan. And this is just one component of the downtown plan. It's the land use feasibility study. So Chris and Ryan from Parcel Economics are going to share with you a brief amount of information that's a summary of what they did in their findings, and we'll have a more fulsome report later. Michelle from PWL is here as well as to represent the bigger downtown plan process, just in case there's any questions about that. Otherwise, I'm going to pass the virtual mic over to Chris and Ryan to run us through the presentation, and I'm here if there's any questions from you. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. At the risk of causing more technical difficulties here, I'm going to attempt to screen share and maybe just kind of exchange what's on the screen. So let me bear with me for 1 second. Okay, we'll go ahead assuming that that's good to go here. So as you just heard from Daniela, my name is Chris White. I'm a principal at Parcel. We're the land economics consultants that were tasked and retained by the city to undertake this, at least component of the broader downtown plan. And for those who hopefully have had a chance to review or maybe see some of the background materials, there's a lot more where this came from. We'll try to just kind of be a little bit more judicious with our time, given the context here, and fly through. But we're obviously available for questions, either part and parcel of this discussion or thereafter, if people want to follow up with questions. So we'll do our best to kind of be mindful of time here. So again, if people have some familiarity with the nature of the work and the scope of work that we undertaken, in a nutshell, kind of two main components of our work program and our research and analysis. One, a market feasibility kind of exercise, an initial scan from more of a non-financial perspective, and then following up with more of a specific financial feasibility testing of some prototypical or kind of conceptual development programs for each of a number of pre-identified sites that I'm sure you're all familiar with. So I'll kind of just skip to the Coles notes on the market side, and then we'll spend a little bit more time on the financial feasibility. What we realized fairly quickly through our research is that there's a pretty stark contrast between the kind of two subsets of the four subject sites that we were looking at. Numbers 1 and 2, the old Arena and Westview wastewater treatment plant, being the ones showing the most promise, again, from a strictly non-financial perspective, largely as a function of their size, location, configuration, their ability to support a little bit more total volume or area of development, whereas the other two we won't spend too much detail on, but probably goes without saying, a little bit more limited in terms of, again, total size, context, and ability to support a little bit more volume and an amount of scale of development, that where you start to see that revenue and cost relationship start to bear a little bit more promise on the financial side as well. So to that end, just giving a bit of a once over. Again, there's a lot more information where this comes from in the kind of more fulsome, comprehensive reporting that we've prepared. But what we like to do is, I guess, specifically for those who maybe aren't as financially or economically inclined, this can really be truly boiled down. It's an oversimplification, but essentially to the kind of core components of revenues minus costs, and earmarking a little bit for profit to entice a certain amount of interest in someone actually taking on the risk associated with a development project, and how that interfaces the whole slew of supporting assumptions that kind of fall within each of these different buckets. The one main thing that we do want to draw attention to, and just keep it in the back of everyone's minds as we walk through some of our key research findings, is that this overall structure, we've admittedly done a little bit of a hybrid. A lot of development-focused pro formas, concave, one of many different forms, but again, kind of follow the same overall structure. But you have the ability to solve for different variables depending on how detailed or simplified you want that analysis to be. We've done a bit of all of the above. We like to kind of look at things from a number of different angles. And so the main one being, if you can see my cursor here, is whether you hold all other assumptions constant, including earmarking a certain amount for kind of quote unquote developer profit, which can be an adjustment that you make, and then solving for what the land value may be in terms of, particularly in the context of municipally owned property assets, what others may be willing to pay for them in an ownership or strata-based scenario. Or in the inverse, holding that constant, even if the number is zero, kind of a free land situation, to enable other types of development that have other non-financial benefits, and solving for what the actual return metric may be in terms of investment returns. So again, just keeping that in the back of everyone's minds. Similarly, just as a kind of precursor note, this is a little atypical, admittedly, for a lot of kind of municipal-facing financial feasibility assignments. Typically, it's more limited to that RLV, that residual land value metric. It's kind of the total value of a property as kind of something that a tangible metric that people can wrap their heads around. Got a little bit more complicated. You don't need to have familiarity with all these different investment return metrics, but suffice it to say, we like to look at, again, these different angles. We often equate this to kind of the vital signs if you want a clean bill of health, insofar as you wouldn't just look at your heart rate, you'd also look at blood pressure and perhaps other means of kind of a healthy bill of a kind of full bill of health. And so similarly, any one of these in isolation can kind of be a bit misleading, but taking them all together and kind of reaching certain hurdle rates or thresholds that we want to see as kind of quote unquote healthy or tipping in favor of being promising from a feasibility perspective is very important. Lastly, on this slide, I'll just touch on the fact at the bottom, you can see that kind of highlighted in red, depends on your goals, is something that we often say around the office. insofar as every investor, whether it be public, private sector, nonprofit, everywhere in between, has different goals, and that includes both financial and non-financial, but also in terms of what their risk appetite is and what kind of order of magnitude returns, the size of an organization, kind of big players versus more local grown, homegrown kind of participants and so on. These numbers can vary widely, so there's a little bit of a judgment call. We try to exercise our professional judgment in terms of where we'd like to see things landing, and again, there's a bit of a gradient, so to speak. And with that, I'll hand it off briefly to my colleague Ryan to walk through some of the details.
Great, thanks, Chris. So before we get to the actual results of the initial feasibility analysis, a little bit of bad news off the top, which is basically that as a baseline, there are several factors working against financial viability just kind of across the board. So there's 5 factors we have listed here. Building costs, hard building costs have escalated a lot recently over the past year. It's been in the news. I'm sure you've heard about it. Also, along with increasing interest rates, making development more and more challenging to carry some of those financing costs. And then unfortunately, even though some revenues have also gone up in terms of things like rents and ownership prices, that cost revenue relationship is such that even with increasing revenues, the costs are outpacing them such that things still aren't as viable as they would like to be. Those are more macroeconomic factors that affect development kind of across the country, including Powell River and elsewhere. Factors 4 and 5 are more Powell River specific. So looking at residential market uptake, we know that the population of the city is growing, that there's great housing demand as well. But some of the concepts that we modeled would represent essentially some of the largest development that the city has ever seen. And so there's a question of whether or not the city, as it grows, can even support that sort of market uptake to really absorb those residential markets and make them viable to sell or to rent. And then finally, looking at commercial market uptake as well. There's a significant amount of commercial space currently existing in the town or in the city, and commercial market components as part of these developments as well. There's the question of whether or not there's enough demand to really support them being viable on a long-term basis. So looking at the 3 charts here, we see those 3 return metrics that Chris just talked about. So profit, IRR versus EMX, and then cash on cash returns. I'll go through each one of these briefly. You'll see 6 dots on the first 2 and 3 on the second. Those represent the different development concepts that we tested. The circles are ownership development concepts, and the diamonds are rental development concepts. And I should note off the bat that we're assuming that the land value for the old arena site here is at $6 million. So that is that the city would receive $6 million for disposition of this site. So in terms of profit, we can see that all but one of the development situations is profitable, but we can see some other emerging patterns here in that rental is significantly more profitable than ownership. However, if we look along that time horizon on the x-axis, it takes a lot of time to actually earn that profit. So that's a lot of patient money, and some developers might not be willing to wait that long. They're looking for a bit of a quicker return on their investment. Again, depends on the developer goals. So profit, it's a little misleading because, we think that profit is important, and it is important. It's sufficient, but it's not necessarily enough to actually decide to go through with a development project, given all of the time and the risk involved with such an endeavor. So then looking at the second chart, we're charting IRR, internal rate of return, along the y-axis, and then that equity multiplier, EMX. I know it's a little bit technical. Don't worry too much about it. Essentially, what we're looking to see is if any of those developments find their way into the gray box that Chris is highlighting over here. Anything that falls in there would achieve what we would think of to be sufficient returns, both from an IRR and an EMX perspective. As you can see, unfortunately, none of the development concepts as is are in that box. Some are close, focusing mostly on C1. And so that's the ownership, kind of the first main old arena site development. It seems to be the most promising based on these return metrics. And then finally, looking at cash on cash. This is more important just for rental projects. And you can see that they're returning just slightly low returns, 1.5 to 1%. And that's significantly lower than just kind of any old investment tool that we could have access to, things like real estate ETFs or government bonds, and really just shows that it's not enough to incentivize a developer to actually take on all of the risk associated with development when there are more secure investment opportunities out there that they can access quite easily. And then just in summation, we also ran out the same analysis for the wastewater treatment plant, but we're summarizing them here in terms of their overall financial feasibility. You can see a lot of yellow and red, which just shows that as a baseline, they're quite challenged, mostly either infeasible or unlikely. But Chris will talk a little bit more about some of the sensitivity analysis and what can be done to perhaps increase the viability of these developments overall.
Okay, so apologies if that's kind of a little bit too much technical jargon. We'll try to roll this up in terms of what this actually means for the municipality and specifically in terms of development programming and planning for the sites themselves. So as I mentioned, just kind of key takeaways that kind of jumped off the page for us and the Excel spreadsheet, so to speak, is that there's that kind of main difference between the kind of two subsets, and we definitely recommend kind of allocating resources and focusing in on opportunities first and foremost, especially given that kind of long-term growth trajectory. And as Ryan mentioned earlier, the context of like how much new development can even be absorbed and over what timelines to kind of put all eggs in one basket, so to speak, at least for the time being on Old Arena, and perhaps mobilizing a little bit for the wastewater site as well. Just in again, kind of a little bit more layperson terms, if it helps to kind of contextualize what we've came up with, a language of this right place, wrong time. We don't want people to get the wrong impression that these don't show promise in terms of future development. We think they're great sites. They have great locational characteristics. They would do tremendous wonders to advance, kind of stitch together different areas of the downtown. There's a lot of value to them. It just so happens to be that this point in time, and because of the function of those broader macroeconomic conditions in particular that Ryan highlighted, that feasibility just isn't quite showing what we'd hope. And again, this is a story being experienced all over the country and beyond. It's a kind of a common joke within our practice and or sub-discipline of land economics that a lot of our work is kind of stale dated as of yesterday, or as the minute that you kind of submit the report. So there's an element of kind of monitoring and keeping and always having an evergreen refresh of this information. And so kind of keeping an eye on when things improve and kind of contextualizing how that may manifest themselves moving forward is really important. Ryan already kind of talked about that, those thresholds and necessitating not just a cost recovery, but actually like meeting and beating those targets to reach relative to other investment vehicles, to just bring people out of the woodwork that even want to advance a development. That's kind of the crux of point 3. And then with all that said, that's kind of our baseline results. We often like to do it even if it is a bit of a wet blanket exercise, maybe not the best of news. And then that's kind of a means to solution-oriented planning and, well, what now? And kind of running out and starting to tweak some of those dials, or again, more forward-looking in the context of how things might change going forward. We often start to tweak variables that are some of those macroeconomic factors. What if construction costs come back down? Unlikely, but the growth rate will at minimum likely to level off, or same thing. What if interest rates kind of shift back in one direction or the other? And you can see the kind of order of magnitude goalposts in terms of how much worse or better they can become. What we tried to do here was a little bit more kind of what we would characterize as programmatic changes. So for example, a kind of obvious observation that came out of our work, and again, not dissimilar to elsewhere, is the kind of complement of non-residential to residential space. Almost always, especially in a BC context, and again, beyond residential uses, and particularly ownership-based strata, condo ownership-based residential or housing uses are the highest and best use. So kind of more of a good thing will help to alleviate or improve conditions for feasibility. And then similarly, as I just touched on, kind of that's the same dynamic with the rental discount, just by and large across the board, no matter what the site or the volume of development, that there's like kind of a discount factor associated with rental tenures versus ownership. But that obviously, as highlighted here, underlined, would necessitate the sale of these sites, and recognizing that may not necessarily be what's in the interest or the desires of the municipality. So things to keep in mind. And so at the end of the day, ultimately requiring a bit of a unique solution. We've touched on that notion of absorption. Is there enough demand to warrant and to achieve certain revenue benchmarks to achieve that financial feasibility? That could require a little bit of compromise and kind of creative thinking on all the above. And we've identified a few options to that end. And so just wrapping up here, last slide, we wanted to also kind of provide a little bit of a roadmap in terms of kind of what comes next, because again, we're fairly bullish on the opportunities on these sites. It's just kind of a matter of point in time analysis. First and foremost, we would strongly urge the municipality to consider and maybe makes a little bit more specific decisions around a few key points. And again, in the fullness of our reporting, you'll see a little more detail. There's a specific sensitivity analyses that we prepared, an options analysis that shows some of the number crunching behind these. But essentially, consideration as to whether to outright dispose of the public land assets and get that kind of initial capital injection of money estimated at around 9.5 million based on the combination of the two, the old arena and the wastewater sites, versus maintaining that ownership and maybe being a little bit more patient and waiting out an opportunity for like a long-term lease agreement or a public-private partnership. Similarly, recognizing the benefits that come with non-residential uses in terms of animation and kind of serving as amenity to the community in addition to housing, which there is a discernible demand for housing and a need to expand this local supply. Kind of balancing how that plays out on a financial feasibility perspective is really important. And then similarly, we've done some scenarios whereby we had what we believe to be a moderate amount of density, what amounts to about a couple of stories extra, and whether that's palatable in terms of kind of more urban design considerations and heights and densities overall, whether that's something that's appropriate. And there is that benefit of the kind of grade change on the old arena site in particular. So the actual height of the buildings may not necessarily be as impactful as they may otherwise be. And then in terms of like that kind of roadmap, next steps, we think that in light of the findings prepared as part of this scope of work, we're hopeful that can serve as a bit of a reference document to then further refine and provide a little bit more detail and specificity around the development concepts for the site. Again, taking into consideration some of those factors above and making kind of tracks towards pre-zoning the lands so that's essentially mobilized and ready to go if and when market conditions do improve and there's an opportunity to kind of strike while the iron's hot. And then lastly, kind of more broadly and open-ended, just the power of communication, informing and educating local stakeholders, local residents in terms of the opportunities on the site, some of the trade-offs with new development in terms of the benefits to be had, as well as kind of capacity building and getting in front of maybe other partners or development participants that would be able to help advance development on these sites. And then as we continue to focus on that exercise of monitoring, keeping an eye on things, being available, and again, mobilizing as market conditions beyond the control of the municipality and all of us change over time. So with that, thanks for your time. Again, happy to answer any questions, but we'll stop screen sharing for now. Again, there's more content both in the full slide presentation that I believe you have access to, as well as a forthcoming full comprehensive report.
Question, I'll turn screen.
Go. Okay, apparently I'm connected. So due to our IT challenges, we are going to be passing around a small, tiny physical mic. So we'll ask for your patience as we go through this. So thank you very much for the presentation, gentlemen. I have a few councillors with some questions. So I'll start off with Councillor Elliott, followed by Councillor Doudt, and then the mayor.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I had some curiosities as you went through. If we were more interested in leasing lands than selling them as far as disposition goes, would there be any changes to what you predict? And if we were focused on in the town core, mixed residential with some commercial, and we could offer sort of reduced leases for a certain time and then back to market value after a certain time, does that change anything at all? Thank you.
Sure. So let's take that in, I guess, a couple of parts. So oftentimes when we see a bit more of a like kind of a fair head-to-head, let's call it, between a sale or disposition of publicly owned property versus kind of a long-term lease agreement, there's signs of promise or of feasibility on both sides, and that's more of a comparison of like how good versus great, or again, depending on the dynamic. And what we found pretty quickly here on the rental side is that, just as if you recall back to one of the kind of more complicated graphs that we had on the far right, the cash on cash returns, what you see is it's kind of well below those benchmarks, as you probably heard or recall Ryan speaking to, where otherwise you could throw your money in a real estate-based ETF or other investment vehicles, and it's not sufficient. So that was kind of a bit of a spur whereby we didn't take it any further to kind of evaluate that, because there wouldn't be necessarily any monetary gain. However, if that's, again, this is a bit of a balancing act in terms of municipal strategic priorities. If the municipality so decides that kind of non-financial benefits of development, in particular holding on to those lands and maybe having a mix of housing tenures and so on, that could be a very different scenario. But from an analytical perspective, was almost a bit futile, at least at this point in time, and it'd be a little bit crystal ball predictive to kind of estimate what that could look like in the future. And then part two of your question, if understanding correctly in terms of that mix, the baseline concepts that we tested did have both residential and non-residential kind of baked into those baselines. We, through a sensitivity analysis, the kind of dial turning, so to speak, did contemplate a scenario that was all residential, and it was an all ownership residential in particular. And it may be worth noting that those types of analyses, and if and when you kind of review that information in the full report, is not necessarily to be suggestive or predictive of that necessary outcome, but rather to identify different relationships and kind of how things adjust or react to. So just generally speaking, the observation being that more residential versus less, or in tandem with less non-residential, can be favorable. That doesn't mean you need to go all the way to 100%. You could kind of pull back in some combination thereof. So kind of the full range of outcomes. You could take the baseline scenario for Old Arena Site 1 versus the sensitivity showing all non-res, and like somewhere in between there, you asked if it would kind of change the results. It would kind of fall within those goalposts, as we often like to say. That's kind of the range of potential outcomes within that, at least that specific site and that purview.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doak.
Yeah, I guess a comment and a question. First off, it looks like you're not too optimistic about a cash-on-cash return for these properties, either by the city selling it to someone else who develops it, or by the city maintaining ownership and paying for development themselves. There's only one option that I don't see in this report, is the value of maintaining the land in its current state. Because like most of us, we currently are hoping that our real estate will go up in value over time. Maybe it won't, maybe it'll go down, but historically over the last couple of 100 years, real estate tends to become more valuable, particularly in the heart of a city. So, you know, I don't see that an evaluation of just simply keeping the land in its current state and waiting till a development becomes more economically feasible. And what do you think about that idea?
Yeah, it's a great point. And so in the full report, there is a bit of a discussion in terms of mainly the kind of trade-offs or the opportunity cost of a do-nothing scenario or a no development scenario. And that's more framed in the context of what the municipality could otherwise achieve through a sale of the sites and kind of what the inverse looks like. But that said, in terms of kind of the it really depends on the patience. So you mentioned that kind of like the fullness of time, broader trajectory of land values increasing. There's definitely that dynamic at play. However, we will note that of all variables, if you think about real estate, like the amount people are willing to pay for strata, an apartment per square foot, or the value of a home with a kind of some built structure on it, tends to fluctuate more in immediate response to changes in the market, demand, supply changing, competitive forces, immigration policy, you name it. There's a bunch of different factors that kind of come into that. Whereas land prices, for better or worse, tend to be a little bit more what we call sticky. So they're more resistant to change. They're a little bit, it takes a little bit longer. And again, if you take that kind of 100-year view, that's definitely kind of an observation to be made. And then that's, again, a little bit more predictive and rather than running out an explicit analysis to estimate what said future value would be. It would be also so far in the future that it'd be difficult to pin down. But in the shorter term, and again, from the perspective of the municipality, because it's competitive with other potentially available land development opportunities within the community, but also in other jurisdictions beyond Powell River, you're kind of at the mercy of what people are willing to pay, kind of what the true market value is per acre, or whatever expression you want to assign to it, of other lands. And so when it's not the municipality at play, it's a private landowner, they kind of tend to have a number in mind of what their value of their property is, and that's where that resistance to change comes. That's the stickiness that comes into play. So it's kind of riddled with some inherent challenges, and that's why often you don't see a kind of a specific number attributed to what that future value appreciation could be. But it's also potentially worth noting that that wasn't necessarily the kind of core crux of the scope. Again, I don't want people to get too hung up in any one specific number from any element of our analysis, including that. It's more the relationships and options available and kind of the delta, so to speak, the difference between among option 1 versus option 2, rather than getting too literal interpretation of any one number in isolation.
Okay, thank you. I've got the mayor followed by Councillor Isaacson and then Councillor Palm.
Getting back to old school technology here. I did appreciate your thorough analysis. And I was going to say academic analysis, but sometimes people misinterpret the word academic. The thing I found missing, and the first question in my mind was, how much time did you spend talking with developers and real estate agents that have been very active in Powell River over the last 20 years? And I raise that because I've looked hard at what Sechelt has done with land. And they made some tough decisions a number of years ago and decided, rather than doing nothing, to do something. And they put in some significant residential developments. The other factor that I found missing was that developers represent a cross-section of individuals willing to accept risk. So some traditionally will assume significant risk. They do a development, it goes bankrupt, somebody else comes in and benefits from that. Have you factored in also the ability of people with money to take risks that, even though the advisors at RBC Dominion Securities say that interest rates are going to go like this, they're willing to take a gamble that the interest rates are going to go like this? So multiple questions, but I appreciate your comments.
Happy to address all the above. So I guess part 1 may be the easier one in terms of so far as reaching out to local participants in the development community and that sort of thing. Simply put, yes, absolutely. So a component of our supporting research program, that kind of part 1 phase that we admittedly didn't speak too much here and now as part of this discussion. But there's some kind of summary, what we heard type materials. We undertook a research interview process. Both myself and Ryan were in Powell River earlier in the calendar year and met with people, sat down with people face-to-face, as well as kind of supplemented with some virtual discussions as needed. And that definitely included kind of the local members of the development community. And familiar also with kind of that history. You spoke to kind of that 20 years back, kind of that cycle. Not everything is all about the here and now, and kind of that evolution of the community and maybe the similar experiences in like jurisdictions. And then part 2 on risk. So that's a big thing that we often talk about. And for better or worse, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. What you're kind of getting at is gut instinct, and kind of it's a whole other level that's very difficult to model in a technical financial analysis for obvious reasons, but definitely factors in. Admittedly, a lot of times we're trying to kind of be within that range, trying to pin something a little bit down more than the middle, the weighted average, so to speak, of all those different potential appetites for risk. But also what that often results in is that risk return profile or dynamic, that there's an expectation that if I am going to kind of take a leap of faith and maybe counter to what the local lending institutions and banks are saying in terms of interest rates and so on, that risk would necessitate a higher return prospect to kind of incentivize people to, again, come out of the woodwork and pursue a project of that level of risk. So it's kind of moving the target a little bit as you contemplate that as well. So we've perhaps been a little bit more conservative and kind of going down the middle in terms of the realm of potential opportunities, but it's 100%, you're absolutely right, a dynamic at play. You never know when that's something that could come and happen in a community, for sure.
If I could also just also add quickly, it is back to that depends on your goals that we talked a little bit about, but those 3 return metrics as well. So that gray box on one of the charts that I showed earlier in the presentation, we were aiming for that, but a developer might see a box not in there and say, oh, that's good enough for me. I'm happy with 1.3 EMX return, whereas we were targeting 1.5 and higher. So it definitely, absolutely, personalities and their risk tolerance does take into account kind of how decisions are made, and we were just trying to be conservative in our analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First question, I guess, is I don't know if it's for you or for staff. I'm wondering, is there any sort of direction that you're hoping for from us today as a council, or are you just listening to our questions to get a sense of what you might want to add or update your report with before it becomes final?
But happy to refer to staff, but nothing specific on our end.
There we go. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thank you, Councillor Isaacson. Through the chair, we're not looking for a specific direction today. We're sharing this for information, but the kinds of questions that you're asking are very helpful as we wrap up this analysis and then head into phase 3 of the downtown plan. So we've still got more engagement to do on the downtown plan itself. And one reason that this financial feasibility study is taking place is so that the plan is an achievable plan and that we can talk to the public about weighing these considerations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is just a question of clarity. You've described in the charts, in a variety of charts, there's C1, C2, C3, ownership and rental. I'm actually, and then underneath them, there's 475K multi-units, 800K towns, 1750 per month rent. I'm not actually clear what each of those is in reference to. I know that they're different scenarios, but I don't see a description of them further fleshed out. Could you talk to us about what those C1, C2, and C3 actually are?
Of course, and excuse me, definitely where the benefits of a full 8.5 by 11 style multi-page report is beneficial over a quick snapshot from the slide deck. So in a nutshell, C1, C2, and C3 are, you can almost think of them as variations on a theme. So through this work, we collaborated with municipal staff, planning staff in particular, to come up with some kind of hypothetical development concepts that would be kind of appropriate from a general scale and type of development that could be done just as a kind of drawing your line in the sand starting point to initiate the analysis. So all of them are similar, but they have kind of different tweaks in terms of building typologies and the amount of development for a small, medium, large type prospects. So generally speaking, the C1s concepts across multiple sites tended to be a little bit more dense, and that's why you see them trending a little bit higher in the performance metrics and therefore feasible, more closer to feasible at least. And then all of the subsequent amounts and numbers kind of quoted, there's much more detail in the report. Happy to connect the dots and provide a little bit more clarity, but suffice it to say, those are all supporting assumptions that fed in that was more based on independent market research that we prepared, the amount of revenue that you could achieve per square foot from again, an apartment strata based or per square foot for over the course of a year for a rental unit and so on. And same goes for the whole cost side of the equation, which is much more detailed in terms of both hard construction costs as well as soft costs in terms of everything from consulting fees like our own, architects, engineers, legal fees, financing if you're lending from a bank and so on. So there's kind of a lot more where that came from that's itemized in the report.
Thank you. Can I do one more? Thanks. So one question, right now, these are based on a mix of commercial and residential. I'm wondering what sort of mix ratio is there? For example, are you looking at like one floor of commercial or more than one floor? And I think one type of more market space I'm interested in hearing more about is ones that cater to and support tourism as an economic driver. So you referenced, for example, conference center. We don't have a lot of destination and tourist-oriented accommodations in this community. We do have a number, but we don't have a some true destination hotel space. And so I'm curious about the amount of commercial and the types you've explored, because you did suggest conference center, and I'm just wondering what other things you might have seen in there.
Sure. So again, there was a little bit of variety through the different concepts. And again, just as a baseline, going to start the conversation and initiate the analysis, ranging from those that you've mentioned to kind of more, dare I say, basic retail service, commercial, kind of community amenities and more institutional facilities and so on. In terms of its impact on financial feasibility specifically, which is kind of the core focus of a lot of our work, I'll bring you back to that kind of tongue-in-cheek depends on your goals narrative, insofar as there tends to be just kind of black and white, at least in this type of theoretical exercise, a bit of a drag associated with those non-residential uses they don't achieve. It costs all the same, especially in kind of a mixed-use development format, to build it. So the cost side of the equation is much more fixed, notwithstanding kind of some nuance across like individual fit out of spaces and so on. But the revenue side is a significant kind of hit on the pro forma, as we would say. It's a significant reduction or discount what you could otherwise achieve through residential. So the kind of cold-hearted financial only view is the less the better. You know, the more housing, the better the feasibility. But kind of, again, stepping back from that analysis, recognizing some of the broader non-financial benefits that can be achieved through those types of uses, it's really important to kind of strike that balance. So there's no kind of perfect sweet spot or magic number. We're often having that conversation. Typically kind of that one floor, again, direction, typically animating the ground floor or they're at grade is an important kind of metric, and notwithstanding circulation, spaces, and allocation for parking, as the case may be if it's above grade. And then lastly, you raise a good point on the kind of indirect tourism benefits. And for what it's worth, this type of development pro forma is really undertaken from the perspective of who's undertaking the development project. It's a little bit more agnostic to those ripple effects in terms of fiscal impacts that the municipality or the region or other upper level of government could achieve through tourism. We often do, as a kind of separate, apart from this type of study, economic impact studies and so on. That's kind of the multiplier effect. What does it result? What does a given infrastructure development project result in terms of GDP impacts or labor incomes or employment generation or, again, municipal revenues to various levels of government? So that would be kind of deliberately absent from this type of analysis, but is a whole other exercise. But it has merit in and of itself for sure. There's kind of an indirect spin-off benefit, even financially or economically, to specifically the growth in tourism and recapturing spending that might be going elsewhere to other jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. We got a few more questions here. We've got Councillor Palm, followed by Councillor Elliott. Harley, are you able to pass the other mic over there? Or?
Is that on?
Mr. White, appreciate having you and your team in our meeting today and providing your expertise. I'm going to try to frame one question that is hopefully meaningful because it doesn't include any of the parcels or properties that you've mentioned in your report, but I think it's a very important question to ask, and that is, in terms of our vacant land, which we have a significant amount of, large parcels, one of the questions from developers that arises regularly is, how much is it going to cost me to service that property and how far away are services and that kind of thing? Is this something that a planning department can be proactive on and during a downtime that we may be entering now, so that when we're coming out the other side, it may entice development to come to our city?
Yeah, so admittedly kind of extending beyond the immediate purview of the type of exercise that was done, as you mentioned, for this particular engagement. I will say, generally speaking, that's a bit of a growth management and meets fiscal impact kind of exercise in terms of internal finances to the municipality and so on. Is it the juice worth the squeeze? And maybe what's that uplift in land value, and indirectly then what property tax can be achieved from those other vacant privately owned lands in terms of future development. So that would require kind of a more concerted effort towards analyzing what the growth prospects are on those lands, even whether immediately in concert with what development may happen on the subject site. And then obviously what's the kind of pros and cons, what's the kind of amount of development, what's the future assessed value of that, and what would that mean in terms of both recurring property tax revenues over time to the municipality, but also potentially kind of one-time injection via planning application fees and that sort of thing, not to mention if it's housing, future residents, user fees, and that sort of thing too. You can do a quite a detailed analysis in that if you're so inclined.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. My turn again. So I have two questions. One of them is this analysis around feasibility is kind of centered around the developers or owners' feasibility. Was there any looking at revenue impacts for the city into the future under various avenues? So which avenues are better for the city? And then my second question has to do with in areas where we increase density and are looking to hopefully push for underground or paid parking, parkade type construction to go along with things. Does that add or hinder the picture at all? Because there's revenue that can be affiliated with that as well. Thanks.
Sure. So again, taking this, I guess, in a couple parts. One, no, the kind of intent of our analysis was more to test the feasibility, what the prospect of future development would be. And you're right, we often take that from the perspective of the developer or other participant that could be doing it. You could do it one and the same as the municipality, but it's not the one and the same as a kind of fiscal impact assessment, not knowing what the carrying costs are associated with the lands and what that means for kind of longer term, as well as, again, kind of just strategic priorities. We haven't done a deep dive on municipal finances by any stretch in terms of what the, whether they're in a cash crunch and in need of a capital investment or injection of kind of monies that would lean towards selling of the lands versus not necessarily being in that situation and being able to again, be a little bit more patient and evaluate future opportunities. So that's kind of a separate and distinct exercise. That said, there are kind of outputs from our analysis that can glean certain insights insofar as, again, that kind of opportunity cost that we referenced. We didn't speak to it in the slides here today as part of the presentation, but it does come through as part of the broader reporting insofar as what the definitely, given that the ownership scenarios are pretty much the only ones that were feasible, those were the ones that had any discernible immediate financial benefit to the municipality, but again, needs to be balanced with a number of other factors. And apologies, if you just refresh me on the second component of your question.
So the second part of my question was, when we're looking at feasibility, does it matter or contribute to or denigrate from the bottom line if we're expecting underground or parkade style parking underground and not taking up exterior surface space?
Right. So that's a bit of unfortunately, Pandora's box or mixed bags in terms of depending on which, again, perspective you want to run out an analysis, and there's kind of different insights that can come thereof. Underground parking, or any even structured above grade to a certain extent, but certainly going and requiring to excavate and go below kind of subterranean is extremely expensive. And then marrying that with what you heard from Ryan earlier in terms of that just broader increase in construction costs and so on can render a lot of projects in and of itself infeasible. So in other particularly more urban contexts, there's a benefit to kind of reducing parking ratios. That's strictly from the perspective of just like enabling any development whatsoever, and there's still a financial gain to a municipality, again, by virtue of all those other factors we talked about, property tax revenues, user fees, and so on, in terms of accommodating future growth. If you wanted to kind of flip that on its head and strictly look at it from the perspective of the municipality, more could potentially be better. Again, not factoring in specifically the type of analysis we did, but only insofar as that it would kind of, to be maybe a little bit more curt or candid, like decimate the feasibility of any said project just by having that underground. It'd be almost too costly to get out the other side for which a municipality could benefit from it. So you're right. Yes, absolutely. In principle, there can be benefit to holding on to ownership of parking spaces, especially marrying that with the kind of tourism context. And if there's people coming in visiting from other jurisdictions and paying for parking and so on, but just not sufficient to enable development in and of itself. And if anything, probably a net drain on feasibility, unfortunately.
Quick question before Councillor Isaacson. I noticed as I was following along with the slides that you provided in the agenda package and then watching the slides on the screen, there appear to be some differences, and you mentioned maybe a physical 8x11 report as well. Are you going to be able to send us over what you shared today along with that report, I guess?
Yes, of course, and a good keen eye. So basically, for what it's worth, and if it provides any confidence, anything that's changed was either kind of edits for clarity or at least attempted hopeful clarity. And then also, if you've noticed any of the kind of like those hurdle rates, there's a bit of judgment involved in terms of, and it ties into that depends on your goals. So the core results of the analysis are identical in terms of where things are landing, those C1, C2, C3 dots on the scatter plots and things like that. Nothing's changed whatsoever in that regard. It's more in terms of the interpretation thereof and what the judgment call a little bit in terms of what makes for a feasible project. And part of that also plays into some of the sensitivity analysis that we prepared. And you'll see kind of subsequent versions of those same scatter plots where by going non-residential scenario, it moves up and to the right. It kind of improves the condition of where those performance metrics align. And so that was, again, more a means of trying to help communicate the results of a very technical analysis in terms of what helps and hinders. Again, that kind of general relationship rather than getting too caught up in any one number. But yes, in short, absolutely, you'll have a revised package, and that all is consistent with what's in the consolidated report, kind of more traditional format as well.
All right, thank you. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. Coming back for round two. So on sites 1 and 2, there's kind of a red outlined area. And I'm wondering if your feasibility assessments use that entirety of the land. And for those, I'm asking that because I know public feedback and also slope stability for site 1 means that not much can be built, or maybe shouldn't, depending on will of council, too close to the slope because public access to that space is really important and wouldn't support a building. And then also some of it is used for parking currently. And then site 2 currently, about half that lot's used for marina parking. And so I guess, is it the full site that was used for the analysis? Yeah, curious about that.
Sure, I may lean on others in the room to kind of help supplement my initial response. I'd have to double check on the exact delineation. Anything in the final report or the presentation as you saw was really more for demonstration purposes in terms of outlining or identifying the sites. What we tend to focus on and what I've done here is more on quote unquote developable area. So to your point, kind of factoring in maybe some of those other encumbrances or limitations. I'd have to defer back to municipal staff in terms of the exact delineation. Admittedly, our analysis, once we get into the Excel, is a bit, again, agnostic to what it is. A square foot is a square foot wherever it is, and as long as it's kind of plays out, that's the more important thing. But
there we go. I'm on. Okay. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Isaacson. So as Chris mentioned, we looked at the developable area of the site. So for the old arena site location, we have an archaeological overview assessment. And so the developable area did not include the foreshore, did not include archaeological areas. And in terms of a density, we looked at different floor space ratios and an equivalent of an RM4 level density in that area. And for the Westview wastewater treatment plant site, a similar story. We looked at the developable area. I will say, to be direct about your question, for both locations, it would involve construction on the existing parking lots. But Chris and Brian had parking numbers to include in their analysis that were above and beyond what a residential parking component would require. So there'd be additional parking as well for community uses. But yeah, that's built out more in detail in the report they'll be putting together.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And final question, I'm assuming the analysis, and this might be a question for staff, I don't actually know. presumes no government input. So for example, if it's land that the city holds on to, or even if, in whatever scenario, I'm thinking about partnerships with Island Coastal Economic Trust or other government agencies that provide economic investment to attract tourism or for other purposes. Is that at all incorporated into the feasibility analysis?
So I'll jump in from a technical standpoint. No type of kind of subsidization or incentives were applied. That's often the context when we're talking about kind of more affordable housing focused or other variables at play. But all the same, all the variables and kind of sensitivity analyses that we spoke to earlier in terms of non-residential space maybe not being as feasible, those are all things that you could do to kind of even out the revenue cost relationship among either very specific components or projects as a whole. Obviously, more funds allocated to a project like that help with feasibility.
Should also just quickly say that we're assuming that pre-zoning has happened for all of the sites where things don't conform to the OCP or the original zoning bylaw, so that a developer wouldn't have to pay those fees. So not a direct subsidy, but just some city involvement.
Okay, I think that ends our questions. So we thank you for that extra information you provided. Look forward to getting the revised package that we can review at our leisure. And I imagine we'll see you sometime down the road.
Okay, excellent. Much appreciated, everyone.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay, moving on from the downtown plan over to 5.2, the DVP 279, Lot 1, Franklin and Alberta Avenues, proposed multifamily residential development. Ms. Pukesh.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much for having me here today. I'm pleased to be here presenting an application for development variance permit 279, which is for a vacant lot on Alberta Avenue. The purpose of this variance application, or I should say the application that the developer has made, is to increase the maximum building height in the RM4 zone from 13.5 meters to 19 meters. And to reduce the minimum required on-site parking spaces from 56 spaces to 50 to facilitate the construction of a 40-unit rental apartment building. In background, the property measures just under 40 meters wide by 57.5 meters deep for a total lot area of about 2,300 square meters. In 2020, the property was rezoned from C1, which is our general commercial zone, to RM4, which is our medium residential or multiple residential medium density 4 zone, and was subdivided off from the existing Georgia Center multi-tenanted commercial building, which is directly to the south of it. The property was subsequently sold to the current owner, who has now made this application for development. Just to provide some surrounding context, as it's important to the variance that's being sought today, I've marked up some orthographic mapping. The subject property is outlined in red, and you can see that it is in between Field and Glacier Streets and has frontage on both Franklin Avenue to the west and Alberta Avenue to the east. The contours, you can see that the property is fairly level, let's say, on either side, directly on either side of the property. But as you move further east up the slope towards Ontario Avenue, there's quite a steeper slope to the single family residential zone properties that are up on Ontario. Directly to the east behind the property outlined in blue are the series of properties that are owned by the Archdiocese, Catholic Archdiocese, otherwise known as the Assumption Catholic Church properties. Directly to the north of it is a general commercial zone property occupied by the MCC thrift shop. South of it, again, is the multi-tenanted commercial building known as Georgia Center that has Iguana's restaurant in it, as well as a bunch of professional accountants, massage therapy, physiotherapy offices inside it. Directly to the west is the back of the C1 General Commercial Zone strip mall that contains the Racket Club, the Martial Arts Academy, as well as the Lordco and a few other commercial units. From a street view perspective, keeping in mind Google Street View here is a little bit dated, but it still reflects the actual context. The top image shows if you're standing down on Franklin Avenue looking east towards the property. So you can see a brief history on this is that the Georgia Center commercial building used to actually encompass both properties, the vacant parcel and the one to the south of it. It was constructed in 1972 and in the about 1990 suffered a fire which destroyed the northern half of the building. The northern half of the building was demolished and never rebuilt. And so that's why you can see the remnants of the existing retaining wall and everything there on that lot. The street view image at the bottom shows if you're up on the higher side at the property's frontage on Alberta Avenue looking west towards the water. To the right in the image, you're seeing the back of the MCC Thrift Shop building. To the left, you're seeing the ground level entry commercial units in the Georgia Center building that open onto Alberta Avenue. For clarity, the property line actually encompasses all of those parking stalls that you can see that are running perpendicular to the property line. They're actually on the parcel on private property. Those are not street parking. So the reason we're really here and this variance is being sought has to do with the concept of density bonusing that's built into the RM4 zone in the city zoning bylaw. So the RM4 zone measures density by way of floor area ratio, which is different than by unit or dwelling unit count. And the maximum floor area ratio in the RM4 zone is set at 1.0. That essentially means on this 2,300 square meter parcel, an FAR of 1 would allow someone to build up total gross floor area of 2,300 square meters. While still meeting the building's minimum setbacks, lot coverage provisions, maximum building height, and meeting your on-site parking requirements. The zoning bylaw does include density bonusing language in the RM4 zone, which permits an increase in the FAR on a multifamily zoned parcel in exchange for something that's deemed of benefit to the larger community. In this case, density bonusing is allowed when affordable rental units are secured as part of the increased FAR. So in the box above on this slide, this is essentially the density bonusing language that exists in the RM4 zone. It states that where 15% or more of the total number of units in the development are affordable housing units, and the developer enters into a housing agreement, the maximum FAR may be increased to 1.5. Okay? So what does this mean in somewhat layman terms? 1.5 FAR on a 2,300 square meter lot means 3,450 square meters of gross floor area can then be constructed. As this lot is only about 39 meters wide, and we still have minimum side setbacks of 3 meters on each side that need to be applied to the development, the applicant is proposing to achieve the additional gross floor area by building up, because he simply doesn't have the ability to build out in order to achieve that FAR, that additional square footage. And so by adding an additional 2 stories to this building, then means he's exceeding the 13.5 meter maximum building height built into the RM4 zone, which is one of the 2 variances this application is seeking today. As we measure on-site parking requirements by number of dwelling units, and an increase in FAR means he's adding more dwelling units, that also means the number of on-site parking spaces also increases. And so he seeks a reduction of the minimum required on-site parking spaces down to 50 from the 56 that our zoning bylaw would require for a 40-unit apartment building. So the first of the 2 variances the applicant is seeking has to do with a variance, and it's a quite significant one. He's looking for a variance of up to 19 meters when the maximum building height in the RM4 zone is 13.5. His proposal right now in the drawings, preliminary drawings the architect has submitted, are proposing a 17.58 meter overall building height. However, he is seeking a total variance of 19 meters to provide for some wiggle room, so to speak, which will allow the architect, as they expressed to staff, to, when they finalize their development permit application with respect to form and character, consider some softened building roofline features such as the addition of a parapet that might avoid a bit of a boxy look to the building, but parapets increase the overall height of the building. The architect also mentioned the possibility of using pre-cut studs, which might actually have some increased dimensions. So he's looking for a little bit of wiggle room here above the 17.58 meters being proposed in case at design and then construction scale it goes over. Okay. So this is an elevation drawing that's been provided by the applicant. This is a side elevation as if you're looking north of the building. So you can see on the right side of the image is Alberta Avenue, and on the left side of the image is Franklin. So there is quite a drop in elevation, or an elevation difference between the two properties' frontages. And the way building height is measured in our zoning bylaw, it's taken from the average of all corners of the building. So this building by design is proposed to have 8 different corners on it, and taking the average of them comes up with an average grade that you can see is noted at the bottom. That comes about 2/3 of the way through what's proposed to be the underground parkade, and it's noted on the drawing there at the bottom. The building then is proposed to be 17.58 meters high from that average grade, which is measured at the solid blue line that's horizontal in the drawing. Staff have added what the building would be able to achieve in height if the applicant built to the 13.5 meters that the RM4 zone allows. That's the solid red line in the drawing. And the absolute most extreme building height that could be achieved if the applicant's variance of 19 meters is approved is the solid green line building. Okay. What does a 17.58 meter high building look like? I will caution that these are just finalized. These are not finalized drawings. These are just some very preliminary imagery provided by the architect to give you some idea about what this building could look like from viewed from Alberta Avenue and viewed on the lower side from Franklin. So from Alberta Avenue, they are proposing it to be 5 full stories of living height, walk-in off of Alberta, and on Franklin Avenue, 5 full stories of living height with a ground level underground parking, bicycle storage, and lobby entrance. Planning staff did ask the applicant's architect to provide us with some view impact imagery. We definitely recognize that not only is there going to be disproportionate scale between this building and the buildings adjacent to it on either side, but we do have upslope on Ontario Avenue some single-family residential homes that do right now have unimpeded, let's say, views of the water from both walkout basements as well as 1, if not 2 level upper story decks. And so this imagery was taken from the walkout basement to the ground yard level of one of those residential properties up on Ontario. And the imagery of the proposed building has been imposed on it. Staff have added the red line, which shows you what a 13.5 meter high building would approximately be. The building itself at 17.5 meters is shown in this imagery. And then the top of the very most red line is actually the 19 meter variance, the most extreme view impact. So you can see that this building will stand out. This building will definitely stand out, will dwarf the commercial buildings on either side of it. The buildings on either side of it do have a maximum 13.5 meter building height allowable. They're just underbuilt. So they haven't achieved the maximum height they could, which is why there appears to be some disproportionate scale. But from the perspective of view impact, staff are certainly very much aware of the fact that there will be a direct view impact to some adjacent and uphill properties where this variance achieved in this development were to go ahead. Okay. The second is just where an actual building was imposed in the full 19 meters rather than just the red line. So you could see exactly how the bulk of a building of this width covering the site, if built to the maximum 19 meter variance being sought, would actually fill the view line. The second variance that's being sought is a relaxation of the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw. So an increase in number of units to 40 apartment buildings comes with it a zoning bylaw requirement for 56 on-site parking. The traffic or the parking assessment that the applicant has provided from their engineer states that our requirement is 55 spaces, staff calculated 56, and they're proposing to provide 50. So it's a combination based on these two mappings of 21 underground parking stalls that you can see on the image on the right, and 29, a combination of 29 surface parking stalls, 7 accessed off of Franklin Avenue with 2 disability spaces, and 22 accessed off of Alberta Avenue. You can also see notably that the ground level of the building accessed off Franklin is proposed over 100 square meters of enclosed, secure bicycle and scooter storage space. So what our zoning bylaw would define as end-of-trip facilities, which gives them a reduction of 1 parking stall requirement for providing those facilities for staff. This developer is already building 141 units of apartment rental at Edge Hill and Joyce Avenues, known as the Uptown development. And that development went through a rezoning to achieve RM5 zoning. Built into that zoning bylaw was a parking ratio of 0.7 spaces per micro unit or suite. What the applicant is proposing here is to meet the same parking requirements on this RM4 development that council granted him through a rezoning to RM5 on his Uptown development. He is proposing to meet the zoning bylaw's current parking ratio for the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom suites, but is suggesting per micro suite or a studio suite, which is proposed to be just over 300 square feet in size, that a ratio of 0.7 parking spaces per micro unit is applied. He will be meeting the number of disability parking spaces that are required, and Part 6 of the zoning bylaw does not require any visitors parking spaces for our multifamily developments. A parking study was conducted by an engineering firm engaged by the applicant and was attached to the staff report as an appendix. This parking study sets out reasonable parking requirements for this development to be approximately 46 spaces. The applicant is proposing 50. Staff consider this a minor variance in terms of parking and do refer council to language in the SOCP specifically that speaks to a consideration to reduce parking to support rental developments, specifically when those rental developments are proposed to be situated in centralized locations that are either walking distance or in close proximity to cycling infrastructure and transit routes, which this development being in the heart of Westview, in between Manson and Joyce being arterials, and within walking distance to transit stops as well, would be considered one of those infill developments. So the main consideration with respect to this variance has to do with the affordable rental units that would be achieved through a housing agreement, because a height variance, if achieved, would allow for a density bonusing to be taken advantage of, which would then require 15% of these units to be secured. If the applicant were to build within a 13.5 meter maximum building height, based on staff's analysis, they would have to eliminate 2 full stories of development from this building. The applicant's proposing right now about 8 dwelling units per floor, so the elimination of 2 floors would be a loss of 16 dwelling units, bringing the development down to approximately 24. With an approved parking relaxation and height variance to increase FAR to 1.5, the applicant could construct a 40-unit apartment complex with 15% of those units, being 6, to be secured as affordable rentals through a housing agreement. This council would know that any housing agreement is secured by way of bylaw, and so staff would negotiate with the applicant as to a broad mix of unit types and number of bedrooms that 6 made up, and then would bring the appropriate bylaw back in front of council for its consideration. At a 1.0 FAR, none of the units in this development would be considered affordable rentals. They would simply all be market rentals, which is what this developer's business model is. So the considerations of council here are definitely balanced, and there are some pros and cons for this council to consider. There is most definitely a streetscape impact with respect to a differing scale in relation to adjacent commercial properties. And there is an appreciable view impact from the uphill single-family residential properties that could be felt if a development of this size and this height was approved. There is the possibility that some visitor parking or overflow parking could exist onto Franklin Avenue by a reduction of on-site parking. The city has a traffic bylaw in effect that does not prohibit the use of traffic or parking on streets, and any, let's say, overindulgence in that would just be dealt with by our bylaw enforcement. There are relevant policies such as the Regional Housing Needs Assessment and the SOCP with respect to where density should be located, and specifically parking relaxations to support rental development. Density bonusing will achieve a minimum of 6 units of this 40-unit development secured as affordable rentals under a housing agreement. And in the financial implications section of the report, it did indicate there was going to be increased taxation revenue realized from infill development on this vacant parcel where city infrastructure already exists. So the recommendation from staff is that it is reasonable for this council to consider issuance of this variance after engaging in the appropriate public notification and consultation processes set out by the Local Government Act. And today we're seeking direction from this committee to undertake those notice requirements, which would be a mail out to adjacent and proximal owners and occupiers within a minimum of 61 meters. We would take a look at to see whether that radius should be expanded. If there's a greater potential for, let's say, a wider swath of properties to be affected, we would definitely widen that mail out. And then once that feedback was received, this variance application would be brought back to a future council meeting for consideration to issue. I'm happy to answer any questions this committee may have.
Really? I think we'll have a litany of them, so I will start it off with Councillor Elliott and then over to Councillor Palm afterwards.
Thank you, Ms. Bukesh. That was a wonderful report. So I have just a couple of questions to start with here. One is, can you remind us what the definition of affordable housing is for the purposes of these 6 units that would be available if we went forward with this proposal? And then start with that question. I'll remember the next one.
That's okay. And while I was sitting in the gallery, I thought that is one question that I probably should have brushed up on, and I should have anticipated it. It is defined in our zoning bylaw and definitions, our definition of affordable rental. Without risking misspeaking, it does have something to do with no more than a certain maximum percentage of income, as based, I believe, on CMHC or census data. But offhand, I can't speak with any clarity. It is defined in our zoning bylaw to give staff direction on what the definition of an affordable rental unit would be. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll get back to you when I remember the second one. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for the present. This is on, correct? Yes. Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. A lot of information there to digest. One of the first questions that comes to mind is not so much the parking issue, but I will say your report states that this 0.7 parking, 0.7 stall per unit is the same as the 141 bed facility that's being built over on Joyce presently, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
So that precedent has already been set. So that's something that I wasn't aware of previously, but I am aware of now. And that could be cause for concern of parking on the street, but we've already set that precedent. The other question that I have that is very important is the viewscape, which troubles me a little bit. And that is when you are up on Ontario Avenue, it's very easy to see the impact of the Sunset Home build. So in relation to height, do you happen to know the height of that building as opposed to this one being presented?
Through the chair, that's a good question. I'm not. The Sunset Homes is further to the north of this image. So I'm not entirely sure as to the total height of it and whether this building would present as higher because the other building is in closer proximity to Joyce, so even just that much further down the hill, but offhand, I'm not sure how they would compare.
So I asked the question because when that build was being presented, or after it was built, I was up there doing a balloon test for a house to be built below Ontario, and I could readily see that the viewscape was relatively unimpacted by the height of that building. But this one is, I think, a whole different ball game, and I think you're going to get some pushback on residents that are up there. Thank you.
Through the chair, I remembered my question. Could I ask? So recently we had announced from the province some changes coming to certain approval processes for housing. Do we foresee the need for a development variance permit for this once those laws change, or is this something that will stay the same?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Right now, the legislation called Bill 44, I believe, is at first reading of the Legislative Assembly. So if it makes its way and becomes an act, then we anticipate shortly after that, there'll be regulations pursuant to the act that will set out either different discretion that local governments no longer have with respect to building height. We do know that there's already some language anticipated in the act that is not going to allow local governments to have minimum parking requirements. I do not believe at this stage right now that this bill was meant to apply to a development of this size on this scale, and that the relaxation of parking requirements had more to do with your missing middle housing, such as your secondary suites, your carriage houses, and potentially you're up to your maximum 3 or 4plex on an existing single family residential lot. So our bylaw requirements with respect to parking, my understanding would be under the new legislation would still apply to multifamily developments of this size.
We got the mayor, followed by Councillor Southcott, followed by Councillor Doubt.
Thank you. I am in favor of this variance request. I've had an opportunity to visit the site and to observe from Ontario what the impact on the viewscape would be. And if you'll notice on the most extreme view impact on the screen right now, you'll see that a significant portion, roughly 50 to 55%, that will be removed are trees. And I think if you go up there and actually look at it, you'll find that it'll have very little impact. More importantly, we continually hear about the need for accommodation in Powell River. And to me, that in itself is the reason why I think that this should move ahead and move ahead as quickly as possible. The developers have a proven track record. They have won awards over the last 10 years for the construction projects that they have built in Campbell River and other places. I have no concern that they will do another excellent job if they do this, so I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Southcott.
Getting back to the definition of affordability, my question was going to be: is the housing agreement the same for this proposal as it was for the Veyron development at the corner of Joyce and Edgehill, which would have been 30% of the index to the lower income level as defined by the province for various municipalities, each municipality. So it's a number set by the province. As I remember it, that's the terms of the housing agreement for the other Veyron development. Is this the same as the other one?
Through the chair, at the time I believe that housing agreement was established, the zoning bylaw was also amended to bring in a definition of affordable housing that staff could rely upon for consistent application. And so my understanding is that original housing agreement that Veyron holds for the uptown units would use the same definition that any new housing agreement that would apply to this development would be. Yes.
Councillor Dope.
Yeah, I think my question was, I don't know if you'll know the answer to it, but I've been watching the news lately and all of the different announcements that the provincial government is coming up with, and one is to remove a lot of the legality of a lot of parking restrictions that different municipalities have, particularly for multifamily buildings within a certain distance of a transit hub. And I don't know, I think we only have one transit hub in Powell River, and that's at the mall. And I don't know what the distances are but away from the mall to this building, or if staff has actually looked at the proposed provincial government changes to what a city can require for parking or not. Have you looked at that at all?
Through the chair, the regulations that the provincial government we anticipate would adopt after Bill 44 becomes an act haven't come out yet. We anticipate we would see that kind of language by December. We know on a preliminary basis that some of the transit stipulations have not just to do with distance, but may have to do with maximum cycle times, and that there's the possibility that the cycle times of our transit system wouldn't meet that litmus test, such as how often a bus comes through that stop in order to serve that development. But again, I haven't seen anything in reading through the bill that's at first reading, and there's no regulations pursuant to that yet for us to take a look at. I don't see apartment buildings of this size have not been identified by the province as our missing middle that this bill is intended to achieve. And so right now we don't have any information where I can say with any definitivity that provincial legislation is going to trump any city parking restrictions for a multifamily development of this scale. Smaller developments and infill on some of your established single family residential homes, yes, and for secondary suites and carriage houses, my understanding is there's definitely language that will not allow us to require parking for those additional dwelling units in those specific scenarios. But for a larger development such as this, I haven't seen or heard of anything where a local government's ability to regulate or set minimum parking is going to be overridden by the province. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I'll just give my comments on the variance. I agree with the mayor's point of view when I look at the viewscapes. Most of the water view that's there that is there now that won't be there after the potential building is built is obscured by trees right now. And I don't think that'll be a huge impact, but I'm certainly willing to send this to a public hearing or a consultation process because I think we don't have that many opportunities to see affordable housing actually being built in our community. I think this is great. We can do the public consultation. We can have an actual definition of who will fit in that affordable housing, what the price is, and we can hear from about what the community says. But if we are actually serious about doing something about affordable housing, we have to approve projects like this.
Thank you, Chair. So I looked up the zoning bylaw and it's affordable for income or for households that are 80% or less than the median household income, and that no more than 30% of an individual or family's household income is required to manage housing costs. So like back of the napkin math, that's about $1,500 a month. But that's back of the math. Don't quote me on that. But the median household in Powell River in 2020 was $67,000. So a couple questions. This is maybe a bit of an offhand question, but given that this development would be right beside one that was existing, like, are minimum setbacks required? Could it abut right up against that existing complex? Is that even a possibility, and would the developer even want that? And so I'm wondering about about setbacks, especially against that existing building.
Through the chair, thanks for that question. My understanding is there's a difference in the minimum setbacks that are required not just by a city and a zoning bylaw, but also by the BC Building Code when you're talking about occupancies, specifically a residential occupancy. And so we do have, if this property or when this property was commercial, it would have had a setback that required 3 meters on one side of the building, but could have been built right up to a shared property line on the other side. Being residential, it requires a 3-meter setback on each side of it. That's for public passage. That's for perimeter access for fire and emergency crews. That's just for separation distance so that we don't approve things at a development permit stage and then a developer runs into issues meeting code at building permit stage with respect to the limiting distance requirements that actually are built into the provincial building code. And my understanding is those limiting distance requirements are different when you're talking about a residential occupancy.
Thank you. I was not on council when the Uptown development was approved, but I seem to remember that there was some sort of time limitation on the rentals, or the affordability rentals would only be rentals for 10 years or something. Is this anticipated to be a part of this application?
Through the chair, great question. So the housing agreement that's associated with the Uptown does have a 10-year rental, 10-year period associated with it, that those units that are achieved as affordable rental rates can be managed as affordable. After that 10 years, there are provisions in the housing agreement where the developer needs to identify to whomever is managing those housing units, whether it's the city in-house or a housing authority established at the time, how those occupants are going to be relocated if they're not able to, once their affordable rental tenure runs out, be able to manage the market rental rates. One thing to keep in mind is that council is the municipal approving authority for any strata conversions. So affordable rental or rental, as soon as a building that's rental only is occupied, then any conversion or stratification for owner occupation would have to come back to this council. So this council would always hold the authority to maintain it in perpetuity as rental, but the affordable rental units are secured for a 10-year tenure.
And that's true for this it's potentially sought for this one as well, or we don't know yet?
We don't know yet. Yeah, that would be putting the cart before the horse, because there's no housing agreement if the height variance isn't sought, if there's no increase in FAR that's achieved.
Thank you. And yeah, we'll echo the mayor's points around general support. I appreciate that the photo that you provided was from the walkout basement on Ontario. And I think that you mentioned that 61-meter radius to reach out to neighbors. I think that you would probably figure out whether that includes Ontario, and if it doesn't, to reach there. I would just want to make sure that folks on Ontario Street are notified and given the opportunity to comment. Yeah, overall support both the variances, and I'd be curious to hear public input on those.
Thank you. Before I go to round two with Councillor Elliott, I will have a few questions myself. You mentioned a little bit before about the height being the average, because Alberta and Franklin are two different elevations themselves. The illustration here seems to indicate 5 floors that appear to be from Franklin. From Alberta. What would the height, do we know what 19 meters would be considered from Alberta? Because I imagine are we calculating 19 from Franklin and it's maybe not as much from Alberta?
Through the chair, it's probably a little bit more difficult to see, but this elevation drawing, and it's in larger format in the appendices to the report, has been provided by the applicant, and it's a side elevation. And you can see they've determined average grade based on all 8 corners of the building footprint, as our zoning bylaw sets out. And the average grade line is down just about 1/3 down into the underground parking. You can see there's a line that kind of runs through that tree on the left corner and then runs horizontally, and it says average grade. So that 17.58 meters is measured upwards from that average grade height. So in terms of overall height up from Franklin, you can add another 2/3 of the height up. I believe my report indicated that the actual building height from Franklin might be closer to 22 meters. I'd have to be sure of that. Just bear with me here. So definitely it will appear as a 6-story building when viewed from Franklin Avenue, and a 5-story building when viewed from Alberta, as you can see from that.
I might have missed that.
So it won't be a full 17.58 meters up from Alberta. It'll be just less than that, but it'll be much higher over when viewed from the lower side, because there's about a 3-meter difference from the height in Alberta to the actual lowest point on Franklin.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then with the Uptown development, do we know what's the percentage of homes that are slated to be affordable in that development out of the 141?
Through the chair, that was 10% of them, so 14.
And we as a council have the opportunity can we request a higher percentage, I guess, with agreement of a permit? Like if the approval here is going to get another 2 floors, which is 16 units, instead of the 6 units at 15%, we could request a 20%, 8 units, which is a full floor of affordable units. That's within our purview.
Through the chair, I don't believe so. Actually, I don't believe it's within the purview of this council to attach any conditions that aren't specifically in relation to the variance being sought, while percentage of affordable housing units would be. The actual provision in the RM4 zone says 15% or more. So 15% is the minimum, and my understanding would be that they would only have to meet that 15%, which would be 6 units. You would have greater discretion if we were talking about rezoning this property. It already has zoning in place, so you are limited to the density bonusing provisions written into the zone.
Okay, perfect. Pass it over to Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I was on council when we made those other decisions, and it is my understanding that when the 10-year term ends, that all of those units would be subject to the provincial laws for limiting rental increases to whatever is allowed at that time within the Provincial Tenancy Act. So at this point, I think it's no more than 3% per year. And so those units would be subject to those laws. Should people move out and they're renting to a new tenant, they would be free to set it at market. So that's my understanding to that question. And then my other thing was, do we need to read out this recommendation for giving notice? Is that something that is needed to, because I would be willing to do that. Through the chair, I move that staff be directed to give notice in accordance with Section 499 of the Local Government Act of Council's intention to consider issuance of Development Variance Permit 279 to vary City of Powell River Zoning Bylaw 2100/2006 by increasing the maximum allowable building height from 13.5 meters to 19 meters and reducing the required off-street parking spaces from 56 spaces to 50 spaces to facilitate the development of a multi-family residential apartment building on the property legally described as Lot 1, Block E, District Lot 5108, New Westminster District Plan, EPP 77719.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimous. You got it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, Ms. Pakesh. Moving on to 5.3, our updated 2024 5-year financial plan and 2024 property tax timeline. Ms. CAO was going to say some stuff beforehand, but I think that's already been taken care of. Okay.
Through the chair, just something I may have said in error, that with regard to an update with the organics report coming back to you, I think I'd allowed for December 7th for staff, not December 5th, but that's what we're going to aim for. Thank you.
Okay, and then pass it off to our CFO.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am presenting an updated 2024 5-year financial plan and property tax timeline for approval. For background, the current timeline was approved by Council in August and is attached as Appendix A to the report. This timeline started and ended the financial planning process earlier, starting in August and having the financial plan adopted in February. And there is great benefit to an early budget process. One of the benefits is it reduces the pressure on Mayor and Council to make a decision under pressure, because the deadline is May 15th. So when you move it up early, it kind of reduces that pressure. As well, it gives ample time for tax rate discussions. As you know, we need to understand what the total tax revenue is going to be before we can start looking at tax rates and ratios. It also is strategic because it allows staff to have more time in the year to complete strategic priorities. You can get your tender, if you put an RFP out for bid earlier in the year, you can be more competitive compared to other municipalities and corporations who have their budgets approved a bit later, for example. And then, of course, one of the benefits of having an early budget is you have the ability to extend it should there be uncertainties or complexities or one-off items to consider throughout the budget process. And I know when we spoke in August that we knew that 2024 would be a difficult budget year. So providing for that extra time was one of the main considerations. So based on the current timeline, much of the financial planning work has already started. We have set the sewer utility rates. We've done online engagement, in-person engagement. We've reported on that, and we've presented a draft 1 for consideration. And part of that draft one was requested in August to include some service level changes, and not included in the budget, but to include them as consideration to be included into draft 2. So staff went with that direction and presented in draft 1 some service level change options. And now council direction from this meeting was to provide more. There was comments that we needed more of a balance. So some departments had provided a really high percentage of operational cost decreases and others not as much. And to be fair to council, to have that at least close to even would allow for council to make a fair decision when assessing all the potential service level changes. So in the past week, the directors have worked with staff to increase the decrease cost savings list and the revenue increase list, and have found that it was rushed to be able to compile a list that we would feel comfortable and confident presenting to council with a 1-week turnaround. So rather than presenting a list that wasn't fully comprehensive, we're presenting a change in the timeline to request that an extension be given to budget deliberations so that staff can have time to do full service reviews and come back with a comprehensive list in February for a full consideration by council. In order to achieve equal cuts from each department, the question was asked from some departments, what is my number that I'm targeting? So we looked at some of the other departments and saw that it was about between 5 and 10% in draft 1. So we said if everyone could come up to that level, that's the direction that we see as being given. Staff aren't recommending a 5 to 10% cut. We're just setting that internally as our target, because when we propose these to council in February, there will need to be a council motion on each single one, and there could be between 50 and 70. So this isn't not a recommendation, it's an internal target so that we can come with an equal service cut plan for consideration so that it's balanced. For background, that's about $2 to $4 million in savings annually, that 5 to 10%. The other benefit of extending our budget deliberations, so there's 2 more benefits, is that in January we do receive the completed roll from BC Assessment. So we will get to see the impact of potential change to our assessment. And of course, the big potential change that we're waiting on is understanding what the assessment will be for the mill site. So in January, we'll have that information. And so when you're presented with the service cuts in February, you'll have a more fulsome understanding of the full impact to the taxpayer for 2024 when you're considering the cuts. And there is another benefit, but engagement, yes. There is another benefit. And when you extend the budget deliberations, it does provide some more time for communication and engagement. And this year, to be fair, getting the assessment in January in the middle of the budget process is difficult to squeeze in enough engagement after that new information comes to the table. So those are kind of the pros and cons of extending the budget timeline. Before I close, we did receive some questions from the public after the agenda was published. So I'd like to be proactive and just comment on those questions. So one of the questions was, it's great that you're looking at cutting costs and decreasing the taxes, but what about the taxes that are imposed by the other authorities that come through on our property tax bill? So for example, Cathet Regional District, the Hospital District, School District, MFA. And to that, we have to say that we don't have control over those costs. It's not within our ability to control those or even to influence them. But of course, it does come as part of the full tax notice. But all we can control is the municipal taxes, and that's what we will focus on because that's what's within our control. But I would encourage the public to engage with those other authorities and ask their questions on, whatever their questions may be on as far as what the tax rate will be from those other authorities. So unfortunately, I can't comment on that, though in April I do get the tax rates from the other authorities and I do bring to council the impact so that everyone's in the loop on the full impact to the taxpayer. However, we cannot influence them or control those rates. The other question was around what would a hiring freeze look like? And I can say that As part of this full service review, that was one of the requirements, is that each department comment on what a hiring freeze would look like. So that would be coming as part of the February package. And again, with the hiring freeze, we look at that as, you might not fill that specific vacancy, but you might need that position. It may be critical to operations, so maybe you have to combine a position or two or shift a position. So it might not be that the exact vacancy isn't filled, it's just that you operate with the same number you have right now and make changes as needed so that manning isn't impacted. So those were two questions I wanted to preempt that I received before the meeting. But with that, I will thank you for your time and open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Denniston. I saw Councillor Palm's hand first, and then we'll go to Councillor Dilt second.
Thank you. Appreciate the information today. And I just have one question that has come up in my conversations with residents, and that is we are awaiting from BC Assessment critical information come January on the mill site and the dam and all of the relevant taxation that will be coming from those entities. It's just going to be very useful for council. One question came forward because is it IT that owns the benchlands currently that is doing some engagement in our community? Is it Island Timberland?
Through the chair, I believe it's Mosaic.
Mosaic, okay, Mosaic is appropriate, they changed names. So Mosaic, because they've started that process, is there an avenue to reach out to BC Assessment to inquire whether we can assess that at a different category other than forest land? Because they're no longer logging, they are going to be developing. Is there a timeline restriction on when we can ask that question?
Through the chair, the proper process would be to receive the assessment and then put up an appeal forward if we disagree with any of the assessment. And then we would have until likely around March when we hear back from BC Assessment.
So that can be done. That's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to Councillor Doe.
We've got a couple of comments. We'll try to make some sense. The first one, I'm looking at the updated 2024 5-year financial plan and property tax timeline. And that points out that November 2nd was the financial plan draft 1. And I just want to point out that that was presented to council, but council hasn't voted whether to accept that or made any motions to amend it or done anything on that. And I question whether or not moving our draft from November to February gives us more time to consult and more time to talk about it. I think because the calendar operates the same, April is about farther away from February than it is, or farther away from November than it is from February. So I think we're actually giving ourselves, if we adopt this, less time to consult with the public about it. And I want to point out that I'm getting some emails from different people too. And one is that people are saying that they're used to seeing numbers from the city that talk about the average single family dwelling and what that tax is. And I don't think we can provide that right now, because in order to do that, we need to know the level of taxation, particularly that the mill is going to provide. If they're going to provide significantly more or significantly less tax revenue per their assessment, that will affect the average single family dwellings number. And I'm just going to ask the question, does staff have a range of tax implications for the mill property from minimal to maximum?
Through the chair, not that can be shared publicly, though the draft one does discuss in more broad terms the increasing and decreasing impacts on the property tax that will happen at the mill. Can't share estimates that we've received for assessed values, but that due diligence has been done in the proper process. I'll just summarize what the report in draft one mentioned is that it is a very interesting estimate to try to grapple with, because we no longer have the exemption, the revitalization tax exemption in 2024. However, on the flip side, we're expecting a decrease in the assessed value. However, on the flip side, we believe that the power is still operating, and that would be valued at the full operating value. We believe that would be class 4 or class 2, and that answer, I believe class 4, based on what I've read and discussions I've had with BC Assessment. So there's not just decreasing pressures on the tax from the mill site, there's also increasing pressures in 2024, which makes it difficult to predict. But the bottom line is estimates on a property that is for sale, as far as the valuation goes, can't be shared in public. So appreciate the public's patience as we wait for January and have more information that we are able to share.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Southcott, followed by Councillor Elliott, and then Isaacson.
Thank you. I appreciate your report and the work that's being done. I think what you're suggesting is very reasonable. Frankly, I would be a lot more comfortable with less uncertainty. And right now, I don't ever recall in the 9 years that I've sat at this table, more uncertainty at the point that we're at with trying to do financial planning. So this is what I'm conveying to people, is that there's an awful lot that we can't say. I guess the one question I have is, another thing that perplexes me is how we can compare our departments and just level a request to look at 5 or 10% decrease across the board. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense to me whatsoever, because for one thing, I've been aware that over the years, over and over, we have all of our staff have examined how we can tighten our belts. You know, it's been more and less as the years have gone by. So really, the operation that we have is pretty slim. There's not an awful lot of fat anywhere. And over and over, we have reiterated that really, when it comes down to it, it's a question of what don't we want to do? What can we afford not to do? And that is an extremely difficult question, because there's all sorts of slippery slopes in there. So the question is, does it make any sense at all to actually expect an arbitrary number from any department? Or must we just, I really don't think there is an answer to that question. I think the only thing we can do is expect all of our people to have the integrity that they do have and do what's needed.
Through the chair, yes, I think everyone has been implementing cost measures as best as staff can. And what we're looking for in this particular document is a service level change. And what is the implication of that? Because if any cuts get made now, there's a service level implication. And so the benefit of each department coming to the table with a similar amount is it allows council to compare options. So, you know, one of my options that I put forward was you're going to have longer lines at property tax payment time. So a little bit of a hit to customer service, but we'll save some money. And then, you know, but that kind of is about half the amount of decreasing the hours at the rec center. So all it does is, if everyone comes to the table with a similar amount, you get to see the implications for each department, and you can then really make those decisions based on where the strategic priorities are and the values you have. So that kind of allows you to kind of get a glimpse of what that does to each department and the related service level. If one department doesn't have that, then you might choose to say, well, we want longer lines, don't bring part-time staff in at tax time. But really, if a different department made a small change and you could get that same savings, you might have chose that. So yeah, it is a very difficult exercise to go through on both sides, but we hope that the document that we'll be able to present and the due diligence that we'll be able to do will give council enough information to make a very well-informed decision, and because it is absolutely a difficult decision to make.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mallory Denniston. So one of the concerns I have is we are going to be doing some hard thinking, asking questions, debating the merits of the various proposals, and council needs time for that as well. The last draft came out almost seconds before we had to debate it, or we were expected to talk about it. So I think we should schedule early when the report will come out and when we would have like a committee of the whole or finance committee meeting to address all of the conversations that we in council want to have, and expect it to be a long one and not try to weigh it up with other things like exclusively only for that. And that should be built into this timeline as well. We all deserve to know when things will come out and when we can read them and be prepared for the very public debate that we all have to have. That's a hard job, and some consideration to us would be really nice in that. Knowing when that meeting is going to happen and when we can expect the information to inform us for that meeting, and having that meeting exclusively for this job only, I think that would be reasonable. And to have it in a, I know we have to do our schedule for next year. I want that in the schedule because I think we're going to need it this year. And then the other thought I had was, don't be afraid to put in areas where you think we can do better revenue increases as well. Can we shift stuff from paying it into things that we can cost recover on in a better way? I had a very interesting conversation with a person in the swimming pool hot tub the other day. and he was saying that, the way we do cost recovery on our campsite, for example, is not the same as, campsites elsewhere are charging a lot more in the summer. And we're kind of charging more in the winter. I think that's probably because there's hydro in the winter, but he thought, well, regardless of when you're getting your revenue to cover your costs, you got empty spots in the winter. And I'm like, well, good, we're saving on hydro then. But anyway, he says, you should be charging more in the summer. The people will still come. It's an amazing spot. It's not even being charged out equivalent to other coastal places. And so there's room for that to be looked at as well. And so I'd like to see that. And so those are just my thoughts.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate your work to date. And I do appreciate that it is hard for staff to suggest cuts because ultimately a lot of them are not going to be popular. And that's for us to carry the burden of, not for... it is for staff to suggest and for us to weigh the pros and cons. But I do think even in some of the costs, the suggestions to date, some of them could be prudent no matter what the assessed values are next year. And so I think there are some opportunities to have some discussions early on. But I am concerned, as some other councillors have mentioned, about the timeline. So there's really nothing for the public to react to. They've seen the draft one. They think it's, they may think it's too high, or they may be concerned with some of the cuts proposed to date, but we're not discussing them because we haven't seen all the options. And so usually what happens is, an agenda comes out on the Friday. We discuss it at committee of the whole on the Tuesday. Not a lot of time for the public to see that agenda, know that it's happens to be the budget, and write into us. And then for us to discuss it at that committee of the whole, I don't expect we will have heard enough. I mean, we could make some of our initial indications of what we want to see in draft 2, but it's not sufficient time to really weigh the input that we see. And I also don't see that public engagement piece on this updated timeline. It was potential additional engagement, which we talked about doing something in January with some sort of animation, and I don't see it in. Am I missing it? It's missing in timeline too. So I am concerned about the timeline. I think, as Councillor Dowd said, February makes it really tight for us to really deliberate, as Councillor Elliott was saying, really deliberate, make some suggestions and for a future draft for the public to be able to react to. I think it makes it too tight. So I see that you have some reactions to some of my comments and concerns.
Yeah, yes, through the chair, around engagement, there's a paragraph in the report that speaks to it more. I tried to squeeze it in here, but it's really difficult to know what type of engagement council would want to do, and when, depending on what we see in January from the mill assessment. The report speaks to being a little bit more agile to the information we find out in early January and targeting the engagement and communication based on the information we find out. That was the engagement piece. And as far as having it as a separate meeting, I agree. I'm working with the administration department around workshop ideas and how to make it an effective workshop and efficient, because we could have 70 items to look at here. So we've already brainstormed some ideas there. It would definitely be a separate meeting, and I think it would need to be about 6 hours. I'm hearing some concerns about February. We don't have the schedule yet, so I couldn't target exact dates. In my earlier timeline, I was kind of just putting those dates in there, assuming first and third Thursdays. When I have February in here, my vision was beginning of February, end of January. But I'm hearing maybe if that was January, that would be more amenable, or even December. That'll put a little bit of a crunch on some of the review that needs to be done. But again, it's council's preference. So we can change it to what would work for the group here.
Just a follow-up question related. When do we actually get the updated rule from BC Assessment? Because I think that the suggestions that we get from staff, I want regardless of what the assessment comes in at. And so I don't think we need to wait until then to gather all the information that we need from staff, but it's a part of the piece for us to consider when we're making those deliberations. And so when in January or do we receive that information?
Through the chair, they don't commit to an exact date. And in my last discussion with them, they said hopefully in the first week of January, which is what makes my planning a little bit more difficult. Okay. There is a chance that the assessment will change between completed and revised as well. But anyway, we can cross that bridge if that becomes a problem for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I am supportive of the timeline that you put forward. I think it's also important for our citizens to understand the significant change that has occurred over the last year. So we had a CAO who left with virtually no notice. We've had interim CAOs, a CAO on contract, and in this process, we also lost 4 directors. So there's a whole lot of change that's gone on here. And I think the time required for our CAO to work with the various departments to understand what type of changes could be made in the budget, which would have a long-term positive impact. So again, I think I would ask that all the citizens be patient, understand we've come through a tumultuous 1 year in terms of staffing, but that we're now going to be very careful in giving staff the time required to bring forward financial options for this council to consider. Thank you.
before we jump to round two, I just had a couple questions and thoughts as well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to, a week and a half ago, I asked the question, actually, sitting in this chair, and I wasn't sure if staff would have enough time to get enough information together with about a week turnaround before the package had to come together. So while I'm sure council would have loved to deliberate a little bit more, I also appreciate that sometimes you got to know your own limits, and also know that it's better to say, hey, we want to come back with a better presentation than come back with a 50% of one, or whatever the number would have been. So I look forward to more information, and yeah, make things a little tighter, but we haven't planned our calendar now, so we can plan our calendar with everything in anticipation. I also would like to not have improv or impromptu meetings come up on the calendar. I have a tight enough schedule as it is, so the more we can plan in advance, and I'm sure we'll work with that accordingly. I was curious, actually, a thought that came to my head in response to the questions that you were answering from the community, specifically about, and I've seen this question a few times over the year, about how, we talked about last year was 4.4% increase that we had in 2023, but then the other authorities were kicking in there. So on an average, if a resident has or homeowner has a $4,000 tax bill for the year, what percentage of that 4,000 is roughly city tax versus the other authorities? Is that, because we often talk about increases, but I'm just, the thought came to my head as to what is the percentage is actually city versus other authorities, if you have a ballpark.
Turning it off in between so that I don't kill the battery through the chair. So it's roughly about 70% city and 30% other authorities.
Okay. So I just wanted to have it on the record and for clarity as well, so I appreciate that. Another question that I had seen through some of the emails we received was the impact on spending in 2024 as we're still deliberating this. So do we, because I imagine there's going to be things that we might want to cut back on. And I remember earlier this year, some suggestions when we were discussing the 2023 budget, but we were too far down the line to make those changes at that time. How does that work for the first quarter of the year when we're still deliberating the budget?
Through the chair, yes, that's one of the drawbacks of extending the budget timeline, kind of in line with the report talked about less time for significant, for strategic projects for staff to implement. And so that would be one of the implications. And you have to weigh that with, missing out on quarter one of 2024 savings. But if it's an annual savings, it is in perpetuity. So sometimes, on the flip side, having that time to make the right choice because it is in perpetuity. Sometimes missing out on Q1 is worth that. So that's the pro and the con there.
Okay, I will pass it over for round two. We've got a couple hands already. I think the one thing, shoot, I lost my train of thought now. So, okay, I'll pass it on to second round. I had Councillor Doubt followed by Councillor Elliott.
So just focusing, got a number of things I wanted to talk about. First off is engagement. I think it's an absolute waste of time to have a gathering for public engagement unless you have something for the public to talk about. And I see that a draft 2 of the financial plan in this changed timeline would be coming out in March sometime. And unless we have a draft 2 or something that council has agreed to is basically a basis for discussion, it's pointless to have community involvement, because we will be in another situation where some people from the community come and want to talk to council about what's going on, and council will say, don't know, we haven't seen the plan yet. So as far as engagement goes, I think it's necessary to have a plan first before we have any engagement. It looks to me like that's in March. The other item I wanted to, and there aren't dates for those meetings, but there are basically months the thing can come in. and I'm not going to repeat myself. But as far as the percentage decreases that staff is going to ask all of the directors to come up with, that's not a decision that council made. Council didn't have a vote and decide to demand a 5 or 10% decrease from all departments. It's things I've seen in communication coming from residents, things I've heard individuals say they'd like to do. My own personal opinion is it's a very simplistic approach to say to every director, we want you to cut somewhere between 5 and 10% from your budget, because the impact of doing that will be very different than it is cutting it from the roads department or from the engineering department that deals with roads. It'll be very different than cutting that same 10% from the recreation center or the library or the other things. I think we're asking people to do an awful lot of work for something that council hasn't made a decision on yet as far as their priorities. Because at the end of the day, no matter how everybody wants to slice it, there are going to be decisions to make about what services to cut or what services not to expand. And council is going to have to, at some point, make those decisions.
Councillor Elliott, and then followed by Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to suggest that before we stop having finance committee meetings, the third weekend or the fourth Thursday in January was kind of dedicated to finance stuff that was always budget related. And I think that would be a great time for us to have our workshop and our report available for the workshop. And then when we get to making decisions, we could have them on track for February. I don't know, does that make sense? That it feels like it makes, I know it's not finance committee, but it would be a committee of the whole dedicated to finance on the fourth Thursday of January, which means we've had that really long, hard discussion before February starts. We can make decisions in February. And then I guess my question is, what the hell was I going to say? Oh my goodness. It was a really good question. Oh, I wanted to thank the mayor for pointing out all of those changes we've gone through in the last year. And I think that if we had a draft decided on in February, we might do better with public consultation than having one in March. So, I agree with Councillor Dowd on that point. If we could, have our report discussion in January, make some decisions in February, we start our consultation and we move forward and have something a little more concrete to talk about, that feels a little better to me. I don't know if that means you need a motion from us or whether you just take that away.
Through the chair, a motion would be great. What I'm hearing is kind of taking the schedule but moving it up a bit. When I put these dates in here, I was envisioning right at the beginning of February, but maybe targeting the end of January and moving it up. So there's sufficient time. Otherwise, you are stuck with a draft one at the beginning of March, and then you have March and April and half of May. But half of May is bylaw reading. So you've got 2 months there. And if you're looking for more than 2 months, which is what this plan proposes, 2 months of engagement and discussion before the bylaws, maybe moving it up every month moves up 1 month. But knowing in the back of your mind, it'll be likely the end of the month, and then that schedule could be put forward.
Yeah, I'd like to propose that as a motion for us, just as you described it. And I think having that initial report and discussion out of the way in January would set us way further ahead than trying to do it in February. Plus, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, through Chair. Very interesting discussion as to where we are in this procedure, because as we all know, this is uncharted water that we're in at the present time. I didn't even hear your motion, but I want to say what I want to say first. And that is, in terms of public engagement, when we have the facts, and we've had time to digest, and we've had time in January and February, which I think we're going to need to have thorough discussions amongst ourselves on where we're going and what we finally arrive at for draft 2 for the public. I think it's very important that we do our due diligence and we use the word robust in terms of our public engagement, because what I've seen last year and this year in terms of turnout did not work in terms of where I'm at. I would rather see something like the mayor's town hall meeting at the rec complex, because we are definitely uncharted and not knowing where we're going to be. And the public needs to hear from all of us as to where we are and where we're going. So I just wanted to say that today, because it's going to be very vitally important, because what I'm hearing out there from the public, our engagement really has to step it up. Thank you.
Motion I tried to make suggested report be due for the 4th Thursday in January, and draft 1 be decided on in February. And I think it is important to have the motion, because we did have a motion at our last committee of the whole that indicated we were going to see that on the 14th, which is today, and that's not happening, as Councillor Dowd pointed out. So we should have a motion that changes that direction, and this would do that. So that's my motion. Yeah, I did originally move whatever the CAO said, and then people told me I didn't make a motion, so then I tried to re-say it, but if she would like to comment, that would be great.
Through the chair, I think it would suffice to have a motion on the floor to move all of the months or 1 month earlier in the timeline, starting with February. And then that would move the report that we're talking about to January, and I would know that that would be the 4th January. But if all of the months were moved up 1 month earlier in the timeline, then that would suffice, I believe, in the motion.
So moved.
Okay. Motion's still there, but Councillor Dowd.
I'd like the corporate officer to read back the motion so we know.
You'll have to go fetch the microphone. Yeah. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Isaacson. Mr. Corporate Officer.
Chair, what I understand of the motion is, if you look at Appendix B in the updated 5-year financial plan report, the January through April being the pink, orange, the last block, where it says February, then March, April, all of those would be changed. The first 2 would now say January, the middle 2 would say February, the last 2 would say March. Is that as clear as mud, or is that's, I have to write it down, but that's what I've heard.
And I believe that's what the CFO said. My only thoughts to that is, I imagine you schedule this on a kind of a 2-week schedule, because that's when we normally have a lot of our council meetings, bumping everything up to a month ahead. I'm wondering if now you're putting 2 items in January, if realistically we should just be bumping it about 2 weeks ahead, just to be particular. Well, Councillor Dowd.
Thank you for that, Chair. My question is simply that I wanted to understand what the motion on the floor is at the present time. And I think the corporate officer explained it, was moved, and it was seconded. I think if anybody wants to change that, it would take an amendment.
I have a question with regard to the motion, and that is, does that seem to be feasible, or is it too specific? I appreciate the sentiment to advance this, because draft 1 being moved up to, or draft 2 being moved all the way up to March seems like a bit of a long ways, but is what has been moved feasible? And
through the chair, yes. Yeah, that's very feasible to move everything up into the prior month.
Just wanted to share with council too that as per what Councilor Elliott shared before, when we did have finance committee meetings the last Thursday of the month, looking back at my calendar, our public open house was the Thursday of March finance meeting that we switched to a public open house, which also meant draft 2 was the end of February earlier this year. So we're looking at about a week or two of a different timeline than last year. And if we're bumping it back now, we're about on par to what we did about 10 months ago. Okay. Seeing no other deliberation on the floor, all in favor of the motion? The amendment? No, it was just an motion. There was no amendment.
Chair, so the motion on the floor is to amend the Appendix B.
Okay.
And then you need a subsequent motion to adopt it or approve the table timeline as amended.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I didn't realize we had to amend something that we hadn't moved already. So, okay. So all in favor of moving, amending Appendix B as moved. Which is the schedule. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was calling a question. Okay. Now I need a motion to actually adopt the agenda as we have, or the schedule as we have just amended.
I move that the updated 2024 5-year financial plan and 2024 property tax timeline be approved as amended.
Second by Councilor Isaacson. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Sorry, and opposed? Councilor out, and that passes. Thank you, Ms. Dennison. Moving on to 5.4, renewal of recreation contribution agreements. Acting Director of Parks and Recreation Culture, Mr. Bretzlaff.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We'll try to keep this reasonably short. As you see in the report, we are nearing the end of a 5-year contribution agreement with Cathett Regional District and Klamath Nation. These agreements established cost-sharing terms for the operation of the Powell River Recreation Complex. Please note, these contributions do not apply to capital costs, which are fully funded by the city and currently growing due to the age of the complex. We believe the current contribution formulas used in these agreements do not recognize the fulsome use of the recreation complex, and the capped contributions that are also in the agreement reduce this a further approximately 50%. While very helpful, the current contributions can be considered inequitable. And as you see in the report, the city currently contributes significantly above its population representation, as well as its estimated usage distribution. After reviewing the options to renew these agreements, I won't go through the details. I can save some of those details for any specific questions because some of them get a bit complicated. But after reviewing some of the options, ultimately we are recommending that council direct staff to request the QRD increase the 2024 contribution to the maximum amount that does not require an inspector of municipalities approval. This would result in approximately a $61,000 increase for 2024. And I say approximate because we won't know the exact numbers until we get the property values in January. We also would recommend that council direct staff to concurrently request a status quo approach with Klamath Nation for 2024 at their current levels of approximately $30,000, while concurrently during 2024, negotiating revised contribution levels with both partners beginning in 2025. Open to any questions on any of the details.
All right, start with Councillor Southcott, followed by Councillor Elliott.
I have two questions. Thank you very much for the report. Certainly something that's been focused on during the entire time I've been sitting at this table, pretty much. The first question is there a rationale, and what might the rationale be if there is one, for separating capital costs from operational costs in terms of dividing costs to the different jurisdictions?
That's an excellent question. The initial agreement was just on the operating costs, likely easier to estimate in any given year. The capital costs, which are growing, we're currently putting plans together to figure out what that long term looks like. At this point, that would complicate things, but it's not a small figure though, for sure.
So just to contextualize that question, the benefits realized by anybody who uses the complex depends on both operating and capital costs. Second question, if I may, is how long does it take the RD to make a change that would be necessary if it went past that limit defined in your report?
Through the chair, I don't know how long that would take. I do know that without having to go through that limit, they could make it immediately. If they did decide to go past that contribution limit, which is roughly, I believe it's the maximum requisition limit, it's 25% of that. If they decide to go over that limit, they do need to get Inspector of Municipality approval. That may require an assent vote. It may not. So I think it would depend on what process that takes. Through the chair, do you know?
Through the chair, I'd say 4 months is the quickest we've seen approval from the inspector, and they do let us know that it could be up to 7 or 8 months.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. My questions have to do with information that we have about where the users come from. Have we further broken down whether they're residents of areas A, B, C, D, E? Well, I don't expect anyone from area E, but and the reason I ask that question is when regional districts are looking at services that they provide proportionally based on the populations of their regions, not necessarily by user groups. And so we're trying to make a very reasonable request based on who the users are of the rec center and what we know of where they come from, and trying to break down costs based on that. What regional districts tend to do is create a service for something, which they've done for the rec center, and then they figure out what the budget's going to be, and then they divvy that up based on the population of each of those areas, and that's how they figure out which area owes what. So if we knew further who was from each area using the recreation center, that might help them when they get into that might help in some regard. So I don't know if we have that information or we don't have that information, but it might help. My suspicion is area B, being closer or using the rec center, is more than everybody else, but I don't know that. It's just a proximity thing. So I do want to, and our service agreement is coming up for renewal, and we should be asking for a better share of costs contributed by those folks who are benefiting from the rec center, because, the city wearing 92% of the costs for something that they're using mostly only 60% of us are using it, or, you know, we're using it at a rate of 60% is what you're telling us, and paying for it at the rate of 92%. So we're subsidizing the rec center by quite a bit for all the users that are using it, and that's not fair. And I think that's a great argument to make. I just thought, so I'm in favor of that. I just wanted to augment the user information by area if we could when we go into those negotiations. Thanks.
Through the chair, currently when patrons come to the recreation complex, for some of our admissions, we ask some specific information on where they live. And for others, we don't. For regular drop-in passes, we don't ask anybody where they live. So there's roughly about 50% of our attendance where we don't ask anybody where they're from, and the other 50% through memberships and through special programs where we do. Where we do ask them, there is a tick box on the form, and that we leave it up to them, and it's either in the city or outside. To collect the additional information, we may reduce the accuracy. We could certainly dive into the data, but it would be a little tricky given what we currently collect right now.
Over to the mayor.
Are you aware if there are examples where municipalities share both the operating costs and the capital costs with the regional districts?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of that, but that's something we could certainly look into.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Thank you, Chair. I feel like this is a talking stick and I got it, so I get to use it. One thing that I was surprised in this report and previously at the previous meeting when we didn't get a chance to discuss it, that it based on where in your programs where users can check resident or non-resident, where we do have location data, there's a disproportionate number of regional district users compared to population. So I just want to confirm that the population as a proportion of the region for the regional district outside the city and Flamin are about 30%, and the estimated usage of the complex is 40%. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
All right. And it's hard to say because of how the differences are quite between the programs. Drop-in is going to be a different audience than member base, and so you don't have full data, but I now understand why you are focusing on population as opposed to estimated usage, because it is skewed. That was quite shocking to me. And it's also, when you look at the hard numbers, seeing just over $200,000 contributed outside the city compared to 2.5 million contributed by the city, and that's only operating expenses and not capital. I understand the complexities of capital and that we often have capital projects and they vary from year to year, and implementation varies from year to year. It's complicated, but it's a sweet deal for people who don't live inside the city boundaries. So no questions, just lots of comments.
Okay, I think that ends first round, so I'll pass it back to Councillor Southcott. And then Councillor Dowd after him. Oh, Councillor Dowd hadn't gone first, so never mind.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to wait until everybody had a chance to say something. Being a representative of the city residents on the regional district board, I have maybe a little more information on this than some others do. And the people who pay in the regional district to be part of the recreation service that contributes to the rec center are the residents of areas A, B, and C. The city taxpayers do not contribute, and the D and E taxpayers, Lasqueti Island and Texada Island, do not contribute. Any changes that would require a vote of the people that contribute would be a vote of the populations of people in A, B, and C electoral areas of the regional district. So that's it. As far as the idea of the capital costs and the operating costs, You know, the question of how the agreement came to be would be best answered by the people who were around the negotiating table at the time, who came to a negotiated agreement that a certain amount of money would be set aside by the regional district areas, provided they got assent from the voters to do that. You know, if the city wants to change that negotiation, that's what to talk about, putting in the parameters of the negotiation. The staff has provided a number of options there, and I think that's basically what the discussion would best be about right now, is if council wants to pick one or more of those options or pick priorities, that's probably what we should be spending our time on. I have one question. The discussion was about, one of the options is about requesting the maximum possible without resort to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Have you talked to the regional district about what that maximum dollar value is? Right now it's 178,500. Have you talked to them about the annual maximum?
Through the chair, the city has talked to the regional district. My predecessor has had some conversations about what that rough number would be. And the rough number was considered to be about $61,000 that would result for next year's amount for the maximum.
So
an additional $61,000.
$1,000. I think you're saying a $61,000 change.
On top of the 178, yeah, but approximately 240,000. Yes.
240,000 is the number that you have.
Yes.
Councillor Southcott.
I'm sure you've studied it, but 7 years ago, in 2016, there was a report published entitled the ARIS Report, Expanded Regional Recreation, forget what IS stands for. Anyway, that report cost the city over $100,000, and over a year's worth of work. Our new communications officer and the recreation director were involved in it in a big way. It also involved well over 60 focus groups held all over the region, except for electoral area E of the regional district. The impression that I had from that report was that there was a majority support for sharing equally the costs of the recreation facility, which is regional. And it is my impression that the majority, if not the vast majority, of recreation facilities in the province of BC are regional. They aren't municipal. So I think we are really in a small minority of facing the kind of situation that we are here. And also our fiscal situation is very clear to us. It's not like when the rec complex was built back in the 70s and the mill was paying over 50% of municipal taxes. That was a time when it was closer to when the mill was actually a mill town and the whole thing was paid by the mill. So our reality has changed vastly since then, but we really need to grasp the reality as it is now. This city is fiscally stressed, and the complex is highly inequitable in terms of who is paying for the use of it. So those two factors together alone make any one of those four options here really unattractive to me. The one that is, I suppose, the most attractive is number 3, which is to direct staff to request the RD to increase it up to a level just below what would be required to have the Inspector of Municipalities approve. But I would consider it a priority for us to move in the direction of negotiations where we would see equitable compensation for the costs of the complex, capital and operating. And I do agree with Councillor Isaacson that, yeah, figuring out the capital costs are kind of a moving target. There's no question about that. But the benefits to the people who use it depend on both of those costs. So I don't know how to put that into a simple motion. But that is what I'm interested in seeing now. It's time that we just had fair terms for our rec complex, or we're going to have to shut something down, and it's one of the low-hanging fruit, unfortunately. We're not going to stop fixing roads and pipes. So I would like to make a motion to amend, to perhaps add to option 3 that this be advanced in as timely a way as possible. Does that make sense? Or Mr. Corporate Officer, could you suggest something that would be more concise or good sounding? Yes. I'd like to add to option 3. No, it's the option at the bottom of the report.
Yeah, and that recommendation up there reflects number 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's the recommendation at the top, and which is recommendation number 3, amended. I'd like to propose no, that has to be moved before we can amend it, right? Okay, yeah. I'm going to go back to what my original intention was, and that is to move the recommendation as written with the addition of that it be advanced as timely as or as quickly as possible. That's enough.
Chair, I'm so just curious, when you say the recommendation is written, are you saying that directing staff to request the QRD increase the 2024 contribution to the maximum amount that does not require inspector approval, concurrently request status quo approach with Cohamin for 2024 while negotiating revised contribution levels beginning in 2025? That's the motion. So when it says in 2025, that means next year we have to actually be in those negotiations so they get implemented the following year. So this is probably as fast as it could be because they may need to do certain processes.
Well, if I may, have a question. I think you can probably follow where I'm headed. Is what I'm suggesting feasible, or is what the corporate officer is suggesting really the quickest timeline we could expect in trying to change this?
Through the chair, I think you're both actually hitting on some correct notes. We would need to start the negotiations reasonably quickly in 2024 in order that we actually have that agreement in place for 2025. But if we wanted some words to expedite the start of that as soon as possible, then that might provide more direction and clarity.
Ms. CAO.
My own? Okay. Thank you. It's like a chocolate bar. So through the chair, I think our CFO has just shared a few things with me around timing. So there's conversations we can start and advance as quickly as possible, but there we have to be mindful of the other organizations and their budget processes and timing for increasing or considering this. So over to Ms. Aniston.
Yeah. Through the chair, it could be something to shoot for. If that is plan A, that we go after it and we do our best to push negotiations along so that it could result in the requirement of inspector approval, which could require an assent vote. But with their budget timing being approved in March and inspector approval and Christmas holidays, it's possible that wouldn't come together. It could, but it could definitely be something to shoot for as a plan A, and plan B falling short of that. Okay, now we really work towards 2025. So it could be a plan A, but I think it'd be smart to have a plan B if the timing doesn't work out.
Councillor Dow.
Thanks. I'm trying to be sure what we're talking about, because option number 3 says to direct staff to request the QRD increase the 2024 contribution to the maximum amount that does not require Inspector of Municipalities approval, and concurrently request the status quo approach with the Tla'amin Nation while negotiating revised contribution levels beginning in 2025. And I think that Councillor Southcott was proposing an amendment to add the words as soon as possible. Now, the regional district makes one contribution a year, collects its taxes once a year, makes one contribution in 2024 and one contribution in 2025. The negotiations are not mentioned in this, but they could start tomorrow, or they could start 6 months from now, or who knows when they would start. But basically there is one contribution per year. If you want to change it, it's going to take some time. If you need more than the maximum, which you probably would be if you're going to try to collect from the regional district operating costs and capital costs, probably needs a referendum or a Senate vote of some kind of the people in area A, B, and C. So, you know, this is a place to start, but if you pass this motion, even with the amendment on it, it means there's one contribution in 2025 and one contribution in 2024.
Yeah, for me, I mean, we don't have a seconder on this motion yet. And so when I hear the motion, to me, it reads basically as the current motion, the recommendation is, and just telling staff, like, maybe start sooner rather than later. When I hear that motion, it doesn't mean to me that we would be trying to get something in place for 2024. Like, the motion is for new, I mean, to request for 2024, but that revised negotiated agreement would start for 2025. So did you intend something different than that? Because I support this recommendation as written, and to add a few words about speed is fine with me, unless you are actually meaning for something to be implemented. Okay, so I will then second the motion. Thank you.
I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Palm, but Corporate Officer, if you could re-clarify the motion as the mic is going down to Councillor Palm, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand the motion is the one that is recommended in the report with no change. Is that correct? Okay. While negotiating so the end would read, while negotiating revised contribution levels beginning in 2025 as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through Chair. Interesting discussion. Having been involved with those negotiations previously and arriving at the $178,000 figure, we knew at the time that was inadequate, but that's what we got on the table for a start. And there was consensus at that table that that amount would suffice for the next 5 years, and we would be up for renegotiation in 5 years' time. So here we are again. So I like the recommendation by staff because we don't have to go to referendum to get another $61,000 for the upcoming year, which will give us the amount of time over the course of the next year to negotiate a new 5-year agreement on a go-forward basis, which will be hopefully far more substantial than the $240,000 being imposed in 2024. So I wholly support this motion, and I just want to point out to everybody here that was not involved the first time around, this agreement to get to $178,000 for the 5-year period took 7 years to accomplish. That was not easy. So here we are again. Thank you.
Mayor's got something to say. Okay.
Just a quick one. I've been involved in raising a lot of money, and the official name on our website is the Powell River Recreational Facility. Has staff ever looked at asking for a $5 or $10 million donation to allow the naming of this facility? And if not, I would recommend that when appropriate, they put that on their list of to-dos.
Through the chair, I'm not aware that that has happened, but we'll take those into consideration.
Okay. Seeing no further deliberation, the motion on the floor, I believe, is for the option number 3 with the ASAP at the end. All in favor? Looks like nobody opposed. Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Bretzlaff. Moving into 5.5, temporary use permit 011, TUP 011, Lift Community Services Extreme Weather Response Center, Director of Planning or Manager of Planning, Ms. Ferguson, back again.
Good evening. Hello again. Sorry, one second, I'll just put my things down. Okay, so the purpose of this report is to consider temporary use permit 011, temporary use permit 11 for an extreme weather response center. And staff will be looking for direction to issue notice. Just want to let you know that the applicants are here. We've got Ms. Julie Jenkins and Kim Markell from Lift Community Services, in case you have any questions specific for them. In light of the hour, I'll try and keep this pretty quick. So the temporary use permit would be to allow overnight accommodation, so unhoused people sleeping on mats in the community resource center in the case that an extreme weather alert is issued. So on the map you can see on the screen, the community resource center property is outlined. Just for clarity, this is next door to the separate property that holds the emergency shelter. Did I do that? Okay. So the Extreme Weather Response Program is a BC Housing funded program. There's information about the program attached as Appendix A to your report. For this calendar year, or I guess it's for this season, they're operating the program from October 15th, 2023, this year, until next April 15th. And it's triggered by an extreme weather alert. The way that works is that a community organization puts together an extreme weather response plan for BC Housing's consideration. And if BC Housing approves it, then it allows the community organization to issue an extreme weather alert when certain conditions are met. The draft extreme weather alert plan is also attached in your package, and the temperatures shown or the temperatures and weather conditions shown for when that alert might be issued are shown on the screen. And they're pretty consistent with other communities in our broader region, to not just the South Coast, but South Coast, Vancouver Islands and beyond for extreme weather alerts. A summary of those temperatures is also attached as another appendix to your report. In analyzing temporary use permits, we look at 5 areas. Staff consider 5 areas. There's intensity, compatibility, limited potential elsewhere, the temporary nature of the use, and whether financial security is required for site restoration. So in terms of intensity and compatibility, I think Council's aware of some concerns in the community about the existing emergency shelter located next door to the proposed site for the extreme weather response shelter. And staff recognize that if this temporary use permit was granted, we could potentially be doubling the number of beds for people in this area on certain nights of this winter. So that is something to consider when it comes to intensity of use. But on the other hand, it's important to consider that the shelter has been full. We heard a report from Lift Community Services in October to talk about the homelessness count and how the shelter has been operating at capacity. So the benefit of having this extreme weather response area next door to the shelter is if the shelter is full on a bad weather day, people can just go next door. They're not traveling long distances across town to access those additional beds when they're made available. It's also on a bus route, and it's close, and the Community Resource Center is where our harm reduction services operate. So there's lots of good services that are nearby for folks, which makes it a convenient location. In terms of the temporary nature, Lift Community Services has indicated that they are looking for a different location for the emergency shelter and an extreme weather response program. And so staff are proposing that this permit be issued for just this winter. So not a 3-year term like our last temporary use permit, but the proposal is this would expire April 15th, 2024. The other reason for that is that the shelter's temporary use permit will be expiring next year as well. So it's to help create some alignment of needing to figure out a more permanent, better solution for next year and dealing with this year as it's already upon us. Finally, for financial security for site restoration, the proposed location for the extreme weather response program is an existing building. There's no new construction proposed. So staff don't think that any financial security needs to be taken because the intent of that financial security is for site restoration. So there's no site restoration works that need to happen. Finally, staff have gone out to do a fire inspection of the proposed location for the Extreme Weather Response Center, as well as the shelter. There were some deficiencies that were noted, and Lift Community Service has been diligently and proactively working with us to address those issues. So there are some considerations that council might want to consider if you are thinking of directing staff to issue notice for this temporary use permit. And one is that all deficiencies related to life safety, so those fire deficiencies, need to be addressed in both the extreme weather response program area and the existing emergency shelter areas to the satisfaction of the fire chief or the chief building official. We've also heard concerns about safety. So there's a proposal that daily sunrise to sunset professional security be provided to support the operations of both the emergency shelter and the extreme weather response program, and that a good neighbor agreement be updated to refer to both programs, and a copy of that good neighbor agreement be provided to the city for review. Just for council's benefit, the good neighbor agreement that's currently being used is attached as the last page of Appendix H in your package. With that, happily answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Harley. I've got Councillor Isaacson first, followed by Councillor Elliott and then Southcott.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I see in the report that it is intended to be a low barrier shelter as per BC housing standards. And so does that mean that BC Housing is only funding low barrier shelters, or does that mean that that is what's deemed is needed right now? Is there also need for high barrier shelters? I'm wondering if I could get some clarity on that.
Through the chair, that's not a question I have a response for. Does council's wish? Yeah, would you like the applicants to answer that?
Yeah, if possible, Chair.
Yeah.
Press it, Ellie?
No, it's
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question, Councillor Isaacson. I saw that in the report as well, What we're applying for is actually an extreme weather response shelter, which is not necessarily considered low barrier by the province. Our current shelter is low barrier, and that's in our contract. This would be an extreme weather response center. And as you'll see in the cover letter that we included, we actually intend for the center to serve a broader population. So would concentrate harm reduction services in the existing shelter where they already are, and try to keep this extreme weather response center open to a bit broader population.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for a question for staff. I also see previously at a previous committee of the whole meeting, I think it was committee of the whole, we had a motion for staff to review city properties, and there's none that are ready to open. I'm wondering if there's still would there still be a report back forthcoming for future reference in terms of an analysis of not a full analysis, but some sort of assessment about the suitability of city properties?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we can still continue to look for city properties that might be suitable in future years. So not this winter, but future winters for the use of as a shelter. I will say, though, I do have a response on the warming centers, which was another part of that motion. Staff were looking for, to direct staff to look for more information. And that's Appendix B to this report. And the gist of it is that an extreme weather response program needs to be in place and fully exhausted before funding is unlocked for municipality to open a warming center.
Councillor Elliott, then Southcott, and then the mayor.
Sorry, thank you for the report and all of the information. The warming centers recommended in Appendix B would be this temporary use permit we're trying to do, or is it extending is it different than what we're doing now?
Through the chair, yeah, great question. So an extreme weather response program is a specific funding allocation from BC Housing to open more overnight shelter beds on days when there's an extreme weather alert, so on bad weather days. A warming center is not a BC Housing program. It's an emergency management BC program for inclement weather, but the emergency operations center needs to be activated and a task number called in order to activate the warming center. So they're very different programs. The warming center doesn't include beds, for example. It's intended to be quite time limited. And so, yes, they are very different programs. And what's being proposed under the temporary use permit is the extreme weather response program. Does that help clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm actually prepared to make the motion that's in the package and then move things right along. Do you need it read out, or should I just move as written in the package? Of course he does. He always does. I move that per section 20 of City Powell River Delegation Bylaw 2367/2013, Committee of the Whole directs staff to give notice in accordance with section 494 of the Local Government Act of Council's intention to consider issuance of temporary use permit 011 to allow non-commercial short-term overnight accommodation use to support the operation of an emergency weather response center until April 15th, 2024, on 4752 Joyce Avenue, legally described as Lot 4, Block 19, District Lot 5036, Plan 13353, with the understanding that prior to approval being granted, the applicant will address all deficiencies related to life safety condition at 4746 and 4752 Joyce Avenue to the satisfaction of the fire chief and chief building official. Provide a minimum of daily sunset to sunrise professional security to support the operations of the emergency shelter and emergency weather response center, and update the Good Neighbor Agreement for 4746 Joyce Avenue to include 4752 Joyce and provide a copy to the city for review.
Thank you. I do support the recommendation. I have one slight concern. I read the through the report and all the documentation, and my concern is specifically with regard to comments that I have heard in the past with regard to clients of the existing shelter not feeling safe within the shelter itself. Safety and considerations for the community surrounding the shelter and also this proposed emergency cold weather shelter are considered quite directly, and safety for occupants is considered kind of obliquely in some of the documentation, but not directly. So I am sure that it is LIFT's sincere concern that it be a safe environment for all the people who might find themselves in that shelter. I just like a word of assurance to that effect, because I have been in the business and I know there's a certain small percentage of troublemakers who can cause problems in a facility like that. If I can ask for that now, thank you.
Through the chair, I'll invite Julie to come up and comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Southcott, and I agree. I share your concerns. Operating a shelter is no simple, straightforward task. To have 20 adults from various backgrounds and various struggles and challenges in their life sharing bedrooms day in and day out while they're facing other circumstances in their life. We take safety very seriously. I would say we've learned a lot this year operating in the shelter and have pretty strong policies and procedures in place right now. As soon as safety is broached, there's no gray area there in terms of our staff enforcing that. And we work closely with the RCMP, which I'm sure could attest to the same. In terms of the fire safety concerns that were highlighted in the report, I don't know if that's what you're referring to from the...
Those are referring generally to the sense of safety that people have expressed concerns about in the past. I haven't heard this recently, so I'm hoping that's a good sign, and I expect it is.
Thank you. Yes. So we've learned a bit this year around that, and we've changed some policies. We've rearranged rooms. We now have a respite room where we can put people who are particularly vulnerable. We've rearranged men's and women's quarters and done some changes to the built environment, thanks to some funding from BC Housing to manage that better. The fire safety concerns that I wanted to bring up, we are 90% there. We have, with the recommendations from the fire chief, and we will be ready this week to have the repeat inspection. Thank you.
Okay, I've got the mayor followed by Councillor Palm and then Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I am in support of the concept, and the key is whether or not there's going to be the finances to allow good implementation. So I'd like to know what amount of money has been set aside to hire the individuals that will operate it, and the money that's been set aside to ensure security.
Through the chair, this is an operational question that deals with a contract that LIFT would have with BC Housing. So I'll pass it back along to Julie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wasnow, for the question. So the Emergency Weather Response Center programs are funded through BC Housing, and they have a pretty specific criteria that these programs kind of piggyback off existing management structures within organizations, but use additional funding allocated for food, staffing, cleaning, things like that. So we would have funding for 2 staff members should our proposal be approved by BC Housing, and our funding has not been approved. We haven't had a response back from BC Housing yet, so this would be a contingent, although I've heard that they're making those decisions really rapidly right now. So we'd have 2 full-time staff plus funding for operations. And if you read the EWR plan, you can see how the management structure would kind of build off the existing management structure in place at the shelter. In terms of security, there is not currently funding allocated for professional security within the EWR programs. So that would be an additional ask that the city would need to bring forward to BC Housing if it's contingent on the EWR operating, and it may be a barrier. I know staff did, from the city, Daniela did reach out to BC Housing around funding for security, and the response that was received was that funding is not typically included in EWRs for professional security, and they would need to consider an additional ask, which may delay the approval of the proposal that we've put forward and our ability to open the site.
Councilor Palm.
Thank you. So I just want to start by accenting the positive. We've heard nothing but positive remarks about the way operations are going lately, and very happy about that. So thank you for all you're doing. It's not an easy job, we all know that, and we're going to try to help you as best we can. So first of all, I've got a number of questions in this regard. So if you could come forward, please. So first of all, in terms of the fire report and safety, what is the timeline that you estimate those facilities will be upgraded in order to make sure that those safety requirements are in place?
Thank you. So can you hear me? Yeah. So 90% of the electrical work is done. The electrician was there today and he's just waiting on one part. So he expects that to arrive tomorrow, and then all of the electrical matters will be addressed. All of the other matters are addressed except for the installation of the additional, oh my goodness, it's late. Fire extinguishers, thank you. The additional fire extinguishers, which our maintenance team is installing tomorrow. So I would say Thursday at the latest will be complete.
Right. So secondly, in terms of security, did I just hear you say that there's no guarantee of funding for security at this time? So that is something that you're working on?
Correct. There's no guarantee of funding for security. This ask in terms of the report and that being in their report came out on Friday. It's something that we've flagged for BC Housing before, that there is a need for security. We're certainly happy to cooperate with the city in bringing forward an ask to BC Housing for security, but it's not part of traditional funding packages for these types of services. So it would be an additional ask, and it's not something that we can put into a regular budget.
So that leads to my next question. That is, there's no guarantee that people won't be going in and out of the facility during the overnight.
Well, currently that's something that our staff on site manage. So the current process for staff to manage is people can check in at any point throughout the night to the shelter, but if they leave after 11, they're not allowed to return. So if you sign in, you're in for the night. And then our staff also do hourly walks around the building and ask people to move along if they're loitering on the property and aren't registered as guests. So we do have a function for this right now. We don't have a professional security function.
Excellent. So I'm a little surprised that in the report that staff provided, they're not recommending a financial security deposit or restoration should something arise. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And it's for temporary use permits, the financial security is usually taken to make sure the site gets restored to the way it was already. In this case, the temporary use permits requiring that all activities take place inside. And there's already tenant improvements inside. So it's not a situation where we would take a financial security to require site restoration because there's nothing to restore, if that makes sense.
So what if something goes wrong? Who covers that?
Through the chair, if something goes wrong outside
of there's restoration required, who covers it?
Through the chair, if there's damage to the building, the tenant would be responsible for working with the landlord for damages to the building. If there's issues outside of the building, the temporary use permit conditions require the activities take place inside the building as it relates to the use. So the council could consider whether the conditions of the permit have been breached.
Okay. So are we planning, when we pass this motion today, to communicate with the surrounding businesses in the area and put out any kind of information for them?
Through the chair, if this committee decides to move ahead with the motion, staff will have direction to give notice, yes, to surrounding businesses and residents. We've also prepared a who to call brochure that we'll make available as well for folks.
And then my last question involves the current staff at the RC facility. I'm assuming communication has gone on with them and they're well aware of this proposal and are in agreement to it?
Sorry, the which facility?
The facility that's going to be used, the staff that's currently working there throughout the day.
Yeah, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, any decisions like this at Lyft are made in collaboration with our senior leadership team. So Jessica Colasanto, who's the manager of the CRC, has been working with us on this plan and her staff are aware.
Excellent. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Before we get to round two, I've got Councillor Doudt and Councillor Isaacson for round two.
Yeah, I thought I was clear before, but I have a direct question to staff, and I want to make sure we're clear on this. Is my understanding that the recommendation requires that the applicant provide a minimum of daily sunset to sunrise professional security to support the operations of the emergency shelter, and that the only way the temporary use permit will be granted is if that security is in place. I think that's right. I'd like staff to confirm that.
Through the chair, that's correct. That's how it's currently written.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I noted, there's reference to Appendix J and who to call, and there is no Appendix J, but I did see in Appendix F on page 5, there was a letter on who to call. Is it meant to be something different, or where is Appendix J?
Well, through the chair, thank you for pointing that out. That seems like an oversight on our behalf, but basically, if you use your imaginations, it's a trifold that City of Powell River branded, and it has who to call for all kinds of different things. You know, your water main breaks during business hours, your water main breaks during non-business hours. You need a non-emergency call to the fire department. It's got all the different things, and so even if people need harm reduction services, who to call, things like that. So, so Lyft's number will be one of the numbers on the who to call brochure, but it's broader than just concerns that people might have around the temporary use permit, if that makes sense. Oh, we can circulate it. Yeah.
Thank you. And so my second question is a follow-up to comment around professional security. I'm only going to speak for myself because I don't want to influence what BC Housing hears. But I mean, considering that emergency weather response actions are put into place when weather conditions are such that people could die if they don't go downstairs, I would support a motion that removes professional security, given that staff do external sweeps hourly. That being said, having this in a council motion may be a negotiating opportunity with BC Housing, and so I'm not in gaining this information, I'm actually not sure how I feel about this, and so I'm just kind of reacting in the moment. I don't know what the best course would be for me, in my opinion, regarding that second item of requiring professional security. If BC Housing does not fund it, and where we are left with when we have emergency weather and there's likelihood of death due to inclement weather. So thoughts and process for me.
One question, I guess, on that, since we got clarification that the security is the requirement of the temporary use permit. I don't think BC Housing is a fast-moving organization, and we are voting on this at council in 3 weeks. But are we basically saying if we don't get that extra funding from BC Housing to fund the security that we're putting into this motion, there'll be zero emergency warming weather response center? Is that basically the end result of it?
Yeah, if that's the motion that this committee chooses to go with, then that's correct. To add to that, when we publish notice, we put the whole motion on there. And so if there's a change in language, be good to know that, so that's how we can publish notice with the language that you want to see.
Okay. I move that per section 20 of the City of Paul River delegation. Sorry.
What's on the floor? Oh, sorry, on the floor. There's been a lot of questions since then. Okay. Do we have any other deliberation regarding the motion at hand? Councillor Elliott.
So on the issue of security, I feel very much the way Councillor Isaacson does, but I do think the motion would support that negotiation. However, where does that leave us should everything fail? I don't think we want our people not having cold weather shelter. So would that mean they'd have to come back to us to seek permission to move forward without the funding if it isn't available? How does that work? Like, I think I'm in favor of having the motion as is for LIFT to take to housing and ask for it, but what happens if the ask is turned down and then people have to sleep in the snowbanks?
Through council, I'm going to ask for Mr. Jackson, because you do have a motion on the floor. You do have the option of reconsidering that and separating out that portion and approving the temporary use permit without that condition, but another motion that directs that ask of BC Housing to support LIFT in the community. So can you?
Right. Yeah, sure. So through the chair, if a notice were to go out and it included the professional security, and then subsequently council decides, well, that's not an important factor, we don't need that, then I would think that you would need to do another notice. And the reason why is because someone may have chosen to not come to council or to write a letter because they thought security was included. So if you were to keep it as is, do the notice, and then you find the money's not there, you'd have to do a subsequent notice without the security. And it would delay it again until December 21st. But as the CAO was pointing out, if you were to consider two separate motions, I would have to think, because then what you'd be doing is having the one motion to issue notice and then a subsequent motion that is not part of the notice, but is just part of the negotiation request. So you would have to kill this one, put a new one forward without the security, and then do a subsequent one about the security.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go with Councillor Doudt and Councillor Palm.
I'm just trying to help because I'm getting hungry. And it's getting towards the end of the night. We're not finished yet. This is a fairly simple concept. If people don't think that security is required, they can pass a motion to remove the security from the motion, then the public would know what's going on and be able to come and say whether they like a shelter with no security. You know, it's up to council. If there's somebody who doesn't think a security requirement should be there, they could make an amending motion to remove it.
I'm gonna delay Councillor Palm 1 second because I have a feeling where Councillor Isaacson is going, then we'll come back to Councillor Palm. So
Yeah, I would like to amend the original motion and remove item. So my suggested amendment is to remove item 2, provide a minimum of daily sunset to sunrise professional security to support the operations of the emergency shelter and emergency weather response center, semicolon, and if I have a seconder, I can speak to why. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. For those listening online, I will move a subsequent motion after this, kind of aligned with what staff have suggested, so that both can be addressed, but that we don't set up, we don't delay things and don't set up expectations among the public that might not be able to be met. And so that's my intention with this amendment.
Councillor Palm, you wanted to comment still, or is it moot? Just get a clarification of the motion, Corporate Officer.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment motion is to remove the second bullet. Yes, that's the motion, to remove that part.
Just me?
No.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's imperative upon us to ask for the professional security. I think that is a big component of this initiative, just for safety purposes. And I would like to see it included, and no, I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
So speaking to the amendment of the motion, I do not support it. The language here is provide a minimum of daily sunset to sunrise professional security to support the operations, etc. It doesn't say hire a security service. It isn't, the professional security is not defined anywhere in particular. It could be done by anybody who is professional, in other words, paid to do the job. This provides quite a bit of latitude. I think even what is suggested in the report and the attached documents suggests that LIFT already has this concern. I don't think it's an unreasonable item to include in the recommendation, and I think it could be facilitated, as I'm not going to start repeating myself, in various ways. So I think the principle is good and it could be accomplished. So I don't support the amendment.
Thank you. Before passing it to Councillor Elliott, Ms. Jenkins, can you just confirm, because you did talk about the security that you're already doing, just in response to Councillor Southcott's comment?
That's correct. So currently staff hourly walk around our building and the 2 adjacent neighboring properties. So the dental clinic on one side and the visitors bureau and real estate office on the other side on an hourly basis, and sign off that those sweeps have been done. That happens already. There's a security component of that. So if people are trespassing on the property or any suspicious behavior is witnessed, RCMP are immediately called, and we work pretty closely with RCMP on protocols for that. So that's correct. We are, our staff have a security function already. We would welcome additional resources for that security function, but we are doing that already, and we have cameras outside that are monitored consistently as well.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I think the intention is to have a second motion after this to ask for the security funding from the ministry, so that if we're unsuccessful in having that additional funding, we can still move forward without a whole new process. I think LIFT intends, as Ms. Jenkins has indicated, to do security, which seems to be working so far with the staff that are already there doing the patrols on the regular basis. My concern is that we not avoid security, but we don't phrase it in such a way as it looks like it has to be separate professional people doing only security, and that financially it's not achievable. And then we end up with people sleeping in a snowbank because we couldn't find funding to have some separate security officer from the staff. And I don't want to push, I don't think that's the intention of this motion. And so I'm in favor of the amendment, and I'm also in favor of the second motion that will come later to continue to ask for that funding for that security. Thanks.
Wondering if the amendment's kind of moot, because we can still make the second motion that Councillor Isaacson's already hinted at, even with the recommendation as is. Because to Councillor Southcott's point, there's no definition of what professional security is, and I've seen some of the quote-unquote professional security in this town, and I don't know if they necessarily provide any more security than a scarecrow as well. So yeah, I'm kind of torn on. I think we can still make the second request to have staff pursue BC Housing. We know it's maybe even an uphill battle that we're not going to win, but we can still ask for that extra funding. So yeah, I'm not sure if we need the amendment. Councillor Isaacson.
So we've assumptions of what professional security means, and I actually understand there are some professional expectations in terms of having bonds and those sorts of things. And so I don't know if LIFT staff can speak to, from your sense, what professional security means and whether it could be done as a part of, like, whether the existing work that professional staff do with on site, would that fulfill that requirement? Or yeah, maybe your own stuff now.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Isaacson. We don't describe what we currently do as security, and I would need to learn more about what professional security constitutes in terms of any legal definition. We refer to it as perimeter checks, and we work with RCMP if there's any safety concerns, but we don't describe it as professional security.
Hey, I'm going to vote against the amendment. I think it's imperative that professional security be in place. I think this is another example where the provincial government is downloading onto our municipality for things that they should appropriately provide funding for.
I think we've had enough discussion. We have a motion.
Okay, Councillor Elliott, then we'll take the vote.
So the motion we're amending with the wording around professional security was recommended by staff. Do we have a definition of what professional security is that we are going to require as far as enforcement of this term? Or is it, as Councillor Southcott indicated, there is no threshold? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to remove the requirement of professional security from the motion, the original recommendation. So I will now call the vote. All in favor? And all opposed? Motion does not pass. I believe we have exhausted deliberation on the original motion. So the original motion as recommended, all in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Okay, getting to the fun part of the meeting now. All the reports are done. Section 5.6, community engagement, the time where councillors try to remember what they did the last couple of weeks. So, since the mayor's on the right side, Councillor Palm, I'd like to just start with you and we'll just go all around the table.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to keep this short and sweet. Just a couple of quick updates on BC Ferries. There was an email that came out as of today saying that BC Ferries is working to reinstate public engagement face-to-face. However, there are a lot of questions in regards to that movement, and it will take them some time to get there. So for the present time, they are going to engage online with our Ferry Advisory Committee. And hopefully down the road, we'll be able to engage face-to-face at some point in the new year. Secondly, another item on BC Ferries. If you are traveling, one of the new developments, which kind of caught me off guard for the first time, this happened just the other day. It was a crew shortage in the Little River Run, and they were short in order to load the ferry to capacity. So the captain made the decision to operate under a B license instead of the A license, which now meant that they would only load the upper deck. And so the ferry sailed in that regard. Cars were left behind, I believe. I'm not sure, I didn't hear exactly. But when you're traveling, you might want to do some due diligence to make sure that there is a crew on hand so that you're not left behind. And if you are traveling, I'd advise you to get to the ferry early so you're pretty well guaranteed to get on the upper level, regardless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palm. So I did spend a little bit of time sick in the last couple of weeks, so I did miss some of my regional district meetings, which I felt bad about, but could do nothing about. I attended the Western Forest Products Community Action Team on November 8th and learned that forest operation maps will be going live on April 24th, 2024. So what that is where all forest operators will put their maps and requests for permits for cutting and so forth on a live interactive forum, and you can provide comment to those. And so they must be live for 30 days for each permit request. And then the government wants to know whether it was available for public comment for 30 days and if they'd received any comments, if they've addressed those comments. And so for British Columbians that have wanted to be able to provide comment directly to forest operations, that's a huge opportunity. It's part of their commitment to the old growth strategy. One of the recommendations was for more public involvement. And so people need to know that April 24th, there's a FOMs. There's going to be FOMs all over the place. Every one of these little submissions is going to be called a FOM. It's a new acronym that the forest people are using. And so it's an excellent opportunity to see how that works. The cautionary tale there is that they can submit them at any time as they're doing their permitting. So there's, you have to keep going to look to see if there's anything relevant for your area. I don't know if there's an alert system or not because it's not quite live yet. But anyway, that's happening, coming up in the spring. The Cathett Post-Secondary Planning Steering Committee meeting was this morning, and I attended, earlier this afternoon. I attended that. Our lovely CAO was also there. I met with Michelle Hanna, who's the director of Vancouver Coast Health Cathett Region Operations, and we discussed a few items. One of the things she wanted everybody here to know is that on November 24th, there's a provincial government liaison meeting where we have, members of the board for Vancouver Coastal Health. The provincial, our area health officer often attends those, and their intention is to increase their communications with local elected officials. And so that's coming up on November 24th here in Pearl River. And last one I attended was in the Art Center above the library, and the intention, I believe, is to hold this one there as well. And we also had, our hospital's head psychiatrist there, and we had people who we don't have a lot of access to able to talk to us and answer our questions. So it was a pretty valuable forum. And since we don't have an official portfolios or liaison appointed at this point in time, they are opening it up for everyone, but they don't really think everybody has to attend. They would prefer a smaller cross section. So I'm continuing to attend as I attended last time, and it was part of my portfolios, and we haven't come out with a plan on how to implement our formal liaisons just yet. So I was going to continue as I had been until we've done something about that. The November 3rd, I went to a community action team forum in Vancouver, and I was on a panel. I was a panelist on local governments who participate in local community action teams, and we had community action team operators and coordinators from across the province. They got to ask questions. We talked about, in our presentation from Cathet, we talked about the power of municipalities and how much of a difference municipalities can make when they participate on the CATs, and we talked about some of our successes. It went very, very well. Really enjoyed that. The provincial community action team initiative was trying to have a local government forum for local governments here in November, and they've had to push it to January. So in January, they're coming to Pearl River to have all Cathet elected officials attend a provincial community action team forum where we get to ask questions and talk to them specifically. I do believe our public health officer is going to attend, so that would be, and the subject matter is around harm reduction and I think it's really valuable. So I'm hoping everybody will attend. I did Remembrance Day ceremonies at Dwight Hall, the Cenotaph, and attended the Legion on November 11th. I did have a meeting with LIFT's new supportive housing activities coordinator, so I was really happy to learn that they have hired an activities coordinator for their supportive housing initiative. And so she's just, barely getting an office and trying to get her feet under her. But that's something the previous council was pushing for, and we've always been wanting is more organized activities for the folks at the supportive housing and hoping to get more community integration. One of the ideas she talked with me was, and I've passed her along to staff, is to maybe have folks work on some community beautification projects for graffiti removal and things like that. And so she was going to touch base with some staff to see how she could organize events like that. And so that was really great to hear. She wanted to target activities that could improve their overall value to the community, remove stigma, give the community good news stories about that particular project. And that's my list. Thanks. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Councillor Elliott. So Remembrance Day, calls and emails, etc., from many people, ranging in topics from garbage to cycle routes to the complex to everything else. And even an inquiry from a cycling advocate in the Central Island as to how we do things so they can copy us. The main thing I did over the past week or two was spend the better part of last week at a land trust conference in Victoria. It was attended by representatives from across Canada, keynote speaker was the Honorable Nathan Cullen, Minister of Water, Lands and Resource Stewardship. He really spoke to a change in consciousness that's backed up by policy, represented by the fact of his ministry itself. He said that land use policy from a provincial standpoint had in the past essentially been forest policy. It is now transitioning to water orientation. Of course, he is the Minister of Water, etc. So not surprising he said that, but I have also noticed this in various other publications and thinking in various organizations. Hydrology is seen as more fundamental even than forestry, and this has a huge influence on our whole consciousness of conservation. It also connects quite closely with the Indigenous view, and that was a very strong focus in this conference. There is a big change from considering that conservation is about putting a piece of land behind fences and nobody goes there, to the interactions that we have with our ecological home. So it was a very interesting conference and gave me a lot to think about. And that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Southcott. Just a few things this past month or so, I guess, with my different portfolios or liaisons with the Library Board, Tourism, and even Townsite Heritage all had some meetings this past month. Had a chance to visit the complex at the Benchlands open house that they had over there and see some of that stuff. And of course, we had events like the MOU signing and Remembrance Day, which were great to be a part of. But acting mayor role has kept me a little busier this time around, and had a chance to fill in for the mayor on the island at the beginning of the month at the ICE-T meeting, which is the Island Communities Economic Trust. So that was an educational process, but the one thing I learned over there was that they have a program that's called the Capital and Innovation Program. And we listened to several different proposals for both the coast and even both sides of the coast, I should say, for funding up to $200,000 for certain programs. And I had a chance to talk to the director, and he said nobody from Powell River is actually taking advantage of that funding in some time. So we need to get the word out, because I was thinking of a few of our community forest recipients that could piggyback with some of that funding and stuff as well. So that was a very worthwhile trip in that case, of learning how we could help our other organizations in this community by a fund that's already out there. So.
Thank you. So I also attended, along with most other people here, the MOU signing between the provincial government and the Tla'amin Nation. It was a nice ceremonial day. The Minister of Indigenous Affairs was there, and I spoke to him later, especially because he had talked about the importance of working together. And when I had an opportunity to share a few words with him, I suggested that it's good to see the provincial government and the Tla'amin Nation working together, and it would be even better to see the provincial government and the Tla'amin Nation and the city of Powell River working together. Hopefully we can get a seat at the table someday. So on a little happier note, I guess, the Four Tides Hospice Society had a very positive meeting last Monday night that I got invited to. They've been trying to establish a permanent hospice in Powell River for a long time, and suddenly things started to move forward a little more quickly with Vancouver Coastal Health. The last update was Vancouver Coastal Health wanted a new needs study. The newest update is they don't need a needs study anymore. They would like to see the Hospice Society look at a larger facility beyond the 4-bedroom, 4-occupant hospice that they were thinking of, possibly on regional hospital district land, to something larger, maybe 8 or 10 units that could also include respite opportunities for people who are caregivers who need the respite possibly pain relief, etc. So they are rejigging their thoughts. They're looking at an increased impact in the community and an increased range of what they want to look for. I pointed out that the city has land. They're looking for places to do it in the city, and that they might have an opportunity to do that. An idea that was brought up was cooperation between the Tla'amin Nation and the rest of the region. In doing that, particularly cooperation between Vancouver Coastal Health and the Indigenous Health Services organizations. And so it was a pretty positive night there. What else? I went to the Brooks Remembrance Day ceremony, and I've got their pamphlet here. It's right there on the front. It's the Lest We Forget. And it was a great ceremony. It really impressed me that Brooks provided music. They provided excellent masters of ceremony, and all of the people that did the hard work, the public appearance work of that event were students. The teachers were in the background providing support where necessary, but not much was necessary. And the students did a great job. It made me proud to be there representing the mayor as an individual. I'm just trying to see if I can get this open because I want to point out one particular thing. When the ceremony was closing, there was a piper, and that piper was doing a beautiful job. And I turned around to see who was this. Was it some adult member of the local pipe band? And it turns out it's not. It was Leah de Villiers was doing an excellent job. I'm sure she's a student at Brooks, and I just wanted to point out that that was happening. It was great. And I can't avoid saying it, but when I was coming back from the Remembrance Day ceremony with Lest We Forget as the front of the program, I drove by Nicholas Simon's office, and there was a protest going on out there, people calling for peace in the Middle East and peace around the world. And I think we need to spend some time thinking about that.
Thank you very much. Let's see, a couple of items related to council work more broadly, unless within this community. Participated in a dialogue online about retention of women in local government. So there's a great research report, localrepresentation.ca, which makes some recommendations about what cities can do to help recruit and retain more women, including women of color and women with disabilities, et cetera, into local government. And I think whenever, in particular, remuneration policies come into play for local government and opportunities for childcare and elder care support for councillors, these things don't only benefit current councils, they actually set the conditions so that more people feel like it's possible to run for office. I participated in a research conversation about municipal councillors and the use of social media and whether it's a net positive or net negative and how it's been impacting me. And generally, social media use is a net positive for me, but I also don't really participate in the groups online, which I know can be difficult places. And I also got accepted into a coaching program with the Community Energy Association. With I think there's 11 or 13 of us. We'll get some about monthly coaching with Andrea Reimer, former Vancouver City Councillor, and another non-elected professional. And so just around, priority setting and I mean, I'm new to council and I'm learning the role, and I'm trying to learn anywhere I can. And so I'm looking forward to getting that started. It's been a month since we did the community engagement reports, wasn't it? This is why our lists are so long. I attended both the Townsite Ratepayer Society and Westview Ratepayer Society meetings to talk about council's motion related to pacts. And I'm trying to take our advocacy work around the community. And so I've been trying to meet with different groups to let people know that if they want to support the possibility of having a program which allows for an alternate to the RCMP to be called in mental health crises, that to send me a note, and I'll compile those and forward those on to CMHA staff. I attended, we had a meeting request for UBCM that couldn't be met at UBCM with the staff from the Attorney General's and Public Safety offices to talk about restorative justice and alternative forms of dealing with people struggling with potentially criminal activity. Anyways, so that was a call just to learn a little bit more. I don't think we didn't get any promises out of that meeting, but they're aware of some of the needs of our community and some of the opportunities that we might be looking for. Similar to what Councillor Doudt shared, I did join the gathering outside Nicholas Simon's office to call for a ceasefire between Hamas and Israeli government, and also attended the vigil wishing to be granted peace that the Anglican Church put on at the Sycamore site. So definitely top of mind for me, and I know for a lot of residents as well. Attended the Remembrance Day ceremony, attended the Energy Democracy for BC AGM. Yes, that was in the past 4 weeks. Great speaker regarding the setup of the Columbia Basin Trust and what it will look like, what it could look like to ensure that benefits from electricity generation stay within a community. Went to the open house that staff put on regarding modular housing, went to the open house that was put on regarding the potential benchlands development. This is something that's not currently in front of council, but will likely come to council at some point, and they're in the early public engagement stage where they are trying to get a sense of what the community wants, and so that when they put forward a proposal to staff and to council, that they can demonstrate it might be in line with what the community's interests are. I will personally share that I love solutions that address our housing needs assessment, not necessarily only the market conditions. And I see some maybe an opportunity for improvement there in what they're working on so far. Attended the MOU signing, which I think is a great example of what's possible when intergovernmental relations are a priority for a government, and I don't think we're there yet, but I hope we can get there. And also attended the Fentanyl Forum, which was a great overview of a panel that Councillor Southcott sat on about a variety of issues related to the drug poisoning crisis, and had a really great follow-up conversation. There was a resident who asked a question, that a lot of the conversation in Facebook groups she was referencing particular was quite negative about this, and are there examples of communities that support the good work of harm reduction and what we can do to support people dealing with addiction and dealing with mental health issues, and is there a way to shift the dialogue that's existing in some of our communities? And so I followed up with her because I thought it was a great question that didn't get a lot of time at the session, and I think, anyways, it was just a really lovely conversation with someone who, I don't necessarily get to interact with through my course of council. And I think those conversations with people who see possibilities for the future rooted in compassion and solutions is really positive. So that was a great conversation. And stop there.
Okay. So I represented the city at the November 11th Remembrance Day, and it was quite moving to see the large number of individuals, probably age 1 to 95, that showed up. And I had an opportunity to talk with a number of the people that were there, and just got a better feeling for how important the history is here in Powell River. And then while Councillor Doudt was at the high school, I was at Assumption School on November the 11th. And I was again impressed by the involvement of the young people and the roles that they played in conducting all of the activities, except the Piper was a little older. But it was very encouraging, and our previous mayor, Elsgaard, was also there, and he spoke very well. Councillor Southcott has mentioned forestry and re-looking at some of the things that are happening in forestry. I met with Dr. Wang, who's the associate professor at the University of British Columbia. And he is quite interested, and he actually came to town with 5 of his colleagues in looking at a nature therapy center here in Powell River. And I've asked him to provide a copy of the presentation that they made to me so that I can share that. And I think with their approval, I think it's something that we'd like to share with the public at large, because it's a very innovative approach on how we can enhance our tourism. They had very good examples around the world of where communities have supported this and the positive impact that it's had. And that goes from the psychiatrists in town that are looking for different ways and opportunities for their patients to heal. And so I was quite impressed about that. While Councillor Isaacson was at the Westview Ratepayers, I also was there. I'd been invited to talk about gasoline prices. Why are gasoline prices so high in Powell River relative to the rest of British Columbia? And so what I did was I invited Pietro Woolley from the Peak, who has been researching this issue for a number of years. And I'm hoping that as a result of the meeting with the Westview Ratepayers, that there'll be a couple of other initiatives. So hopefully be sitting here maybe a year from now where our average gasoline prices are more in line with the rest of the province. And the other opportunity, which we've talked a little bit about, is whether the city would look at doing research which would facilitate a group using hempcrete technology here in Powell River. And I raise this because it's a very innovative approach that ties into housing and the ability to create a whole range of housing while at the same time developing a very viable commercial enterprise. And I think most people know there's a lot of agricultural land reserve in BC for which nothing is being done. And part of the discussions I had with these individuals and also agriculturalists here who have farming operations, they're quite excited about the opportunity if they actually could grow hemp for processing and then actually see how that material can be used to produce certified building materials, which can then give rise to new housing opportunities here.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving into section 8, which is questions. And as our big gallery is stuck around for the whole presentation, I will share our phone number real quick, 1-833-782-7295. If you're online, meeting ID 197-532-408#. Mr. Galinsky might still be online and reaching in. Any questions from the gallery at all? Oh, it's amazing. Amazing skill. You're not part of the gallery. Okay, I will take the phone gallery question and then go online.
Thank you for indulging me, Chair. So the question is come from a person out in the community. It's Courtney Harrop. She wants to know why the city is considering the old arena site as a site for development of anything other than park purposes. She believes that it was through referendum made with a covenant for park purposes in the past, and she's asking whether that is true, not true, yada yada. That's the question.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we'll have to look into that through staff. I don't have the history on that unless Mr. Retzlaff, you have? Okay. So, thank you.
I might have an answer to that, and the mayor might also as well. I believe back, and I could be misquoting him, but our former economic development officer, Scott Randolph, had shared with me during one of the open houses, because I had heard that rumor as well, that there might be something out there, but it is a council decision as to whether that might stay or not. So I think it's something along those lines. It's a city-owned property and our decision. Yeah. Is that in line with what you were going to share? Okay, perfect. Harley, anybody online? Well, I guess they didn't have a question then if they stuck around that long. So, okay. I believe we're still moving forward with, oh, sorry. They're back. Okay. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay, to our caller online, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. It's Sherry Burton. I think you guys should have all ordered pizza for yourselves. This is a marathon tonight. I have a couple of questions with respect to item 5.1. A restrictive covenant was put on the old arena site property in 1979, and an LTO search shows that it's still on title. So my understanding of the history of the restricted covenant was that it was to keep the property in perpetuity as for park purposes. So how is the city addressing the restrictive covenant for this site?
I think I'm looking at the eyes in the crowd here at staff, Sherry, and I think it's safe to say that with new staff and new directors, some digging in the history books might need to be made to properly answer that question.
I think some of the councillors might be aware of the restrictive covenant.
There seems to be some disagreements and thoughts. So I think it's best to say our CAO wants to learn because she's a planning expert herself. So I think we'll have to come back with more information on that. And we're nowhere near the end of the finish line on the development plan over there. I have my own personal thoughts on where I'd like to see that property. And so I think we've got a long ways to go there. Did you have another question too, Sherry?
Yeah, I just noticed looking in the gallery that this planning services staff aren't there. I just wanted to comment about it's a question though, sorry, on Appendix A to the report by the consultant. On page 3, it referred to average household incomes at $82,100, but there's no indication of what statistic was used. So I was going to ask the planning staff if they knew what source was cited. I do thank the consultant for referencing income, but after-tax median household income would have been more beneficial for the public. Just using the Stats Canada information, and calculating that in 2023, approximately the after-tax median household income would be about $65,598, and that's markedly different from age 2,100. Because a lot of people in the public don't understand that when you reference household income, you're not talking about individual income. So I just wanted to understand from the staff if they knew where that statistic source came from, because I can't find that anywhere. So
I will pass it over to the CAO.
Through council to the caller, I think this is feedback we can pass on to the planning staff to get clarification from Parcelon, so that is detailed in any future reports that they do. Granted, they gave us a PowerPoint, not the actual report with full details, and I would expect the source would be detailed there, but we can also pass along your feedback around the source and your suggestion about an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will send the CAO an email attaching the the land title search, which shows the restrictive covenant on the old arena site property, just so it speeds up the question. Anyway, thank you very much, and for hanging in there. That's a long night, guys. Anyway, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Burden. We still got a little whiles to go. Seeing no other questions in the gallery, can we move on to section 9? Ms. Councillor Isaacson.
I'm not close to the mic, but I'll go anyways. So I move that following adjournment of this regular meeting, council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90, bracket 1, C, labor relations or other employee relations, J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, L, discussions with municipal officers and employees respecting municipal objectives, measures and progress reports for the purposes of preparing an annual report under section 98, annual municipal report, and N, the consideration of whether a council meeting should be closed under a provision of this subsection or subsection 2. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. I'll pass this.
I imagine we have no discussion on this. All in favor? That's unanimous. And then Councillor Southcott, number 10.
Motion adjourned.
Seconded by Councillor Isaacson. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.